Chapter 288. At the top of Skyfall. Boom! 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 A series of explosions came from a gigantic cauldron. Zhou Xuanji, who was half-naked, sat in the cauldron. Massive amounts of spirit qi gathered above the cauldron, forming a vortex that was 9 meters wide. Daoya old man stood at the side, stroking his long beard and smiling. He was amazed in his heart. How powerful was this brat's body? He felt that Zhou Xuanji would break through to the great realization stage soon. At this moment, Haotian Boar King appeared behind him suddenly. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating, Haotian Boar King did not dare to disturb him. He told Daoya old man about the information he had gathered and left quickly. Great Fate Empire. What ambition! Daoya old man mumbled to himself with a serious expression. Once Yang Di succeeded, he would possess the human race's fate, and the fate of the human race would be in his hands. How could anyone feel at ease? Right now, no one could stop Yang Di. There was an insurmountable gap between Yang Di's power and the second in the world. However, to create a great fate empire was not something that could be done in a day. It would take decades or even centuries. He looked at Zhou Xuanji. How powerful would Zhou Xuanji be in decades? Time continued to pass. After 10 days and 10 nights, Zhou Xuanji finally flew out of the cauldron. His body was golden and was surrounded by lightning. He gave off a powerful aura. With a thought, he exited golden invincible form. He used his spirit energy to evaporate the medicinal liquid on his body before walking up to Jiang Shui. He asked her to use a water spell to bathe him and wipe his body. How do you feel? Jiang Shui asked. Her actions were gentle and she wiped him carefully. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "It's all right, but I'm still far from breaking through. The spirit energy required for the great realization stage is too much." Actually, he understood that he was just special. He cultivated in both energy and physique, and he cultivated the world Buddha art. As such, the amount of spirit energy required for each stage far exceeded that of others. It's all right. There's no hurry now. Jiang Shui smiled sweetly. She then told Zhou Xuanji about Yang Di creating a great fate empire, which made Zhou Xuanji narrow his eyes. Creating a great fate empire? This guy had Fate Emperor River and wanted to gather the fate of the northern wilderness region. Why did he feel like something was wrong? Could it be that he wanted to absorb all the karmic luck in the world to strengthen himself? He had once heard that there were cultivation techniques or divine abilities in this world that could absorb destiny. If a person's destiny was sucked dry, they would die very quickly. Without luck, it was just like the movie Final Destination in his previous life. An unexpected disaster could cause one to choke to death just by drinking water. Zhou Xuanji had never seen Sunlight Emperor before, so he did not dare to be sure. Perhaps he was doing this for the peace of the human race? After that, he and Jiang Shui returned to the house to rest. Time passed. 3 months later. Lin Chang'e returned to Skyfall, and Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone to hear about what had happened at Duantian Cliff. Actually, the banquet at Duantian Cliff didn't cause too much disturbance. Facing the powerful Sunlight Emperor, no one dared to oppose him. Lin Chang'e had a deep impression of Sunlight Emperor. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said profoundly, Yang Di gives off an unfathomable feeling, like a mortal facing a land immortal god. Not only that, but the boy beside him is also very powerful. The might that he gives off is even more powerful than that of Jihuang Demon Lord. A boy? Everyone was surprised and hurriedly asked. Lin Chang'e only knew that the boy's name was Fu Hao, and he was Yang Di's personal attendant. Fu Hao? I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. Daoya old man mumbled to himself but did not dare to divine it. Such a mysterious and powerful cultivator would surely bite back at him. Also, after the banquet, Fu Hao told us that the 10,000-year prince and Tian were born. He asked the human race to be careful and to keep this a secret. Lin Chang'e continued, and everyone's expression changed slightly. The 10,000-year prince would soar into the sky after he was born. Tian specialized in killing monarchical violet qi. He once fought the Diablo and Hegemon Sword Emperor alone. Neither of them was easy to deal with. Zhou Xuanji became anxious again. He could only feel at ease if he broke through to the great realization stage as soon as possible. Sigh. Why didn't any powerful villains come to find trouble with me? He sighed in his heart, feeling a little worried. At the south of the northern wilderness region, waves crashed onto the beach, and many birds circled above the sea. At this moment, a silhouette walked out from the sea. He was wearing a tattered black robe and had a head full of white hair. His face was expressionless, and he was drenched from head to toe as he walked toward the shore. He looked up at the end of the continent and mumbled, "Monarchical violet qi. There are two very powerful monarchical violet qi. If I can absorb them, I will become an immortal." He walked at a steady pace, leaving 2 rows of footprints on the beach. Behind him, the seawater suddenly turned red and spread rapidly. Corpses of sea demons floated up, and it was a horrifying sight. Time passed quickly. Another few months passed. After the banquet at Duantian Cliff, the world was shocked. Yang Di personally visited the 7 empires one by one. This made everyone understand that a great fate empire was about to rise. At Skyfall. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 32 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained, glorious gold, soul-slaying demon dragon sword, gold, evil crimson sword. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he opened his eyes slowly while he was cultivating 2 legendary swords, one of which was glorious gold. Although it could not increase his power too much, it was at least 2 steps closer to 100 swords. Next, the information of the 2 legendary swords appeared before his eyes: sword name, soul-slaying demon dragon sword grade, glorious gold description, a legendary sword forged from the soul of a demon dragon. It can devour the souls of all creatures and contains the divine power of the demon dragon. Sword name, evil crimson sword grade, gold description. Legend has it that there are 7 colored legendary swords in the evil abyss. Each color represents a type of desire, and red represents rage. If all 7 legendary swords are gathered, they will merge into an ancient demonic sword. The 2 legendary swords were not bad. He took them out and familiarized himself with them. Until today, the number of his divine swords had already reached 69. He was getting closer to 100 swords. He had not used the 3rd form of the 10,000 sword dragon incantation, the 100 swords mode, and he was looking forward to it. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. He stored the 2 legendary swords into the supreme storage and continued to internalize qi. About 6 days later, an uninvited guest came to Skyfall. The world's second, Zhou Xuanji, come down and fight me. A cold and arrogant voice resounded across the sky. Even everyone at the top of Skyfall could hear it. They saw a man in purple standing on the tip of a leaf. His robe fluttered in the wind, and he had a handsome face. He wore a violet gold jade crown on his head and exuded a noble aura. His eyes were filled with disdain. Ning Zifeng pierced through the sea of clouds and flew over on his sword. Where did this worm come from? How dare you challenge our master? He laughed coldly. Without a word, he charged toward the man in purple with the ancestral dragon sword. The ancestral dragon that he transformed into was only 3 meters long. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, the difference was too great. The man in purple laughed with disdain. I'm the emperor and have the bloodline of an immortal. It's Zhou Xuanji's honor to fight me, yes, yes. Chapter 289. Celestial bloodline? Ning Zifeng frowned slightly but did not slow down. He continued to charge toward the purple-robed man with an unstoppable force. Emperor? There are many emperors in this world. Who do you think you are? Remember, the person who defeated you is the Chaos Tide Sea's peerless sword immortal. His loud laughter was filled with arrogance. His arrogance was no less than the purple-robed man's. Facing the peerless sword immortal, the purple-robed man smiled. 2 beams of purple light shot out from his eyes. The 2 beams of purple light expanded rapidly. Silhouettes of purple soldiers appeared above them. They were translucent and looked like illusory shadows. Each of them held a weapon and charged toward the purple light, roaring continuously. Kill! Kill! Shouts filled the heavens and earth. At one glance, there were at least 1 million of these purple soldiers. When they got close to Ning Zifeng, they leaped up and charged toward him like arrows. The 5-clawed golden dragon that Ning Zifeng had transformed into was engulfed instantly. He did not even have time to resist. This is my violet-souled divine army. How can an ordinary person like you defend against them? The purple-robed man laughed arrogantly. He did not take Ning Zifeng seriously at all. However, Ning Zifeng appeared behind him suddenly. 8-step sword lunge. Bastard! Have a taste of my sword. Ning Zifeng held his sword in his right hand and stabbed forward. The blade pierced into the purple-robed man's back. It was as though he was stabbing an illusory shadow. There was no obstruction and no blood. His pupils contracted, and he quickly retreated in fear, distancing himself from the purple-robed man. Who are you? Tell me your name. Ning Zifeng cried out loudly. Just when he spoke, Lin Chang'e flew down too. Little madman, you can't do it. He laughed loudly. The 2 of them surrounded the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man did not panic at all. Instead, he looked even more condescending. I'm Lu Tiange, the emperor of the Dongsheng Empire. Hurry up and ask Zhou Xuanji to come down and fight with me. After I kill him, I still have to kill Yang Di. The purple-robed man laughed wildly, which made Ning Zifeng open his eyes wide. He cried out in shock, You are the emperor of Dongsheng? How can it be? Why are you in the northern wilderness region? Lin Chang'e frowned and asked in astonishment, What? Isn't he from the northern wilderness region? Lu Tiange raised his right hand, and a ball of light condensed in his palm. The surface of the ball was wrapped in purple flames. It was beautiful, but it also had an extremely dangerous aura. He turned to look at Skyfall and cried out, Zhou Xuanji, if you don't come out, I will destroy this mountain and kill everyone on it. You should know that great realization cultivators cannot hurt me. His aura erupted, and the pressure of a great tribulation scattered immortal wreaked havoc in the world, causing the forest to shake and the wind to blow. He's from the boundless ocean, and he's the ruler of a part of the ocean. He became a great tribulation bodiless immortal 1,000 years ago. This is my first time seeing him, and I've only heard of his name, Ning Zifeng said with a serious expression. He shuddered at the thought of the legends about Lu Tiange. Lin Chang'e frowned. He didn't expect Lu Tiange to have such a powerful background. He did not know much about the overseas region. He had only heard Ning Zifeng mention some people and things occasionally. At this moment, a figure slowly descended from the clouds, emitting an extremely powerful aura. It was Zhou Xuanji. With the sky-extinguishing sword and ancient god sword in his hands, 67 legendary swords levitated above his head. With a cold expression, he looked down at Lu Tiange and asked, You're from overseas? Lu Tiange smiled and looked back at him. His eyes were filled with the will to battle. I have people in the northern wilderness region. I've been monitoring the northern wilderness region and know the situation there. How can I not be curious about a genius like you? Just when he finished speaking, silhouettes of purple soldiers appeared behind him. Tens of thousands of soldiers and horses spread across the sky. It was a majestic sight. Zhou Xuanji chose to possess Saber Monarch Donghai's remnant soul straightaway and charged down. Since he could not avoid it, then he would fight. No matter if he came from overseas or within the ocean, he only needed to step on him. Roar, he activated the ancestral dragon sword and transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. His body was radiating with a golden radiance, and his body was hundreds of meters long. He smashed toward Lu Tiange like a mountain range, which shocked Lu Tiange. The silhouettes of the purple soldiers were torn apart by the 5-clawed golden dragon. In the blink of an eye, the 5-clawed golden dragon came up to Lu Tiange and was about to swallow him. Lu Tiange put his palms together, and a purple radiance shone from his fingers. The radiance turned into a gigantic purple saber and penetrated the 5-clawed golden dragon's head. The 5-clawed golden dragon exploded immediately. Zhou Xuanji leaped up to Lu Tiange's head with his 2 swords and dozens of legendary swords. 10,000 ultimate steps. Lu Tiange's vision blurred. Before he could react, his throat was penetrated, and blood gushed out continuously. How can it be? How can your sword hurt me? He turned around and asked in astonishment. His divine ability allowed him to keep his body in an illusory state. With this divine ability, he was rarely injured. Zhou Xuanji turned around and glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. My sword can cut anything, he said. The Heavenly Soul legendary swords possessed the power of creation. Even if they were not real, they could still cut anything. Good. Very good. Lu Tiange wiped the blood off his neck and laughed wildly. The Purple Soul Divine Army swarmed toward Zhou Xuanji like a swarm of bees. They were so dense that they covered the sky. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. A majestic golden Buddha that was 500 meters tall appeared, and he entered it. Thousands of arms grew out from the back of the golden Buddha, each holding a golden sword. Divine might descended. Ha! The 1,000-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes, and 2 rays of golden radiance swept across the heavens and earth. Even Lu Tiange had to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's storm-like attacks landed on him. Boom! 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 Thousands of gigantic golden swords slashed wildly and destroyed the purple soldier silhouettes. The ground crumbled, and a violent gale swept up trees. The horrifying sword gale swept across thousands of miles. Ning Zifeng and Lin Changge were forced back. Lu Tiange, on the other hand, was tongue-tied. His face was filled with shock. What divine ability is this? He cried out in shock. Before the 1,000-hand sword Buddha, he felt so tiny. It was like an ordinary person facing a high and mighty god. He trembled, and his soul trembled. In a short while, the Purple Soul Divine Army was completely destroyed. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha looked at Lu Tiange with its cold and majestic eyes, which made Lu Tiange break out in a cold sweat. Emperor Dongsheng? That's all. Zhou Xuanji's voice came. He felt that Lu Tiange was at most comparable to Huangquan Drake King, but not even the injured Jihuang Demon Lord. Lu Tiange was infuriated. He stretched out his arms, and streams of purple dragon chi shot out from his body toward Zhou Xuanji. The gigantic 1,000-hand sword Buddha slashed and slashed at Zhou Xuanji without any pattern. It was purely based on speed and brute force. Sounds of explosions came one after another. It was like a grand display of fireworks that blossomed in the sky. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha was getting closer to Lu Tiange. He could already feel the tip of the sword. Damn! He has not even reached the great realization stage, and yet he is so powerful. No wonder he could become the second in the world in the northern wilderness region, Lu Tiange thought with gritted teeth. He had not tasted such helplessness for a long time. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 290. Tell me, what are you trying to do in the northern wilderness region? Zhou Xuanji, who had transformed into the thousand-hand sword Buddha, cried out with a deep voice. His voice was like thunder and resounded across the sky. Lu Tiange looked up at him and opened his hands. Two curved blades appeared in his hands. The curved blades were engraved with tadpole-like black patterns, which looked eerie and horrifying. What am I trying to do? To dominate the northern wilderness region, of course. Lu Tiange laughed coldly as he swung his blades. Countless curved blades appeared from the two blades. They were all the same, and there were millions of them. They charged toward the thousand-hand sword Buddha from different directions like an inescapable net. Why are all of this brat's attacks so fancy? Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. He was a little envious of this scene. He had been fantasizing about controlling 10,000 legendary swords, and Lu Tiange completed it for him. Although it was spectacular, it was not enough to defeat him. The thousand-hand sword Buddha ignored the curved blades and flew toward Lu Tiange. All the golden arms raised their swords and slashed at Lu Tiange. They were like afterimages, and a powerful gale blew down, crumbling the ground. Lu Tiange quickly dodged. He turned around and realized that the thousand-hand sword Buddha had already disappeared. He was stunned. A chill came from his back. He turned around and lashed out with his leg, which was like a sharp whip. The wind was sharp. The sky-extinguishing sword pierced into his chest, but his leg was still dozens of meters away from Zhou Xuanji. He felt that his spirit energy was being sucked away by the swords and was greatly shocked. Swoosh! 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 Numerous legendary swords flew toward him and pierced into his body. He could not dodge in time. In the blink of an eye, he looked like a hedgehog. Blood spurted out from all over his body, and his body twitched slightly. The battle ended. Ning Zifeng and Lin Changge were dumbfounded. Isn't this too powerful? In their eyes, Zhou Xuanji completely crushed Lu Tiange. No matter how many spells Lu Tiange used, he could not hurt Zhou Xuanji. The entire battle took less time than they could finish a pot of wine. Weak. Zhou Xuanji walked up to him and snorted coldly. This guy can help me break through to the great realization stage. Lu Tiange was greatly shocked. Fear enveloped his heart. He asked with a trembling voice, "What did you do to me? Why my spirit energy?" He suddenly widened his eyes. Could this be the reason why Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was ridiculously high despite his young age? Zhou Xuanji did not reply and gripped the sky-extinguishing sword with his right hand, absorbing his spirit energy. In just a short while, half of Lu Tiange's spiritual power was sucked away. I admit defeat. I was wrong. Spare me, brother Zhou. Lu Tiange shouted in fear. He didn't want to die. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today, so how could he fall and waste all his previous efforts? Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. Big brother. I was wrong. Senior Zhou. What will make you forgive me? I don't want to die. Grandpa, please spare my life. Can I call you Grandpa? Ancestor, seeing that Lu Tiange was about to cry, Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and stopped absorbing his spirit energy. Even so, Lu Tiange felt that his cultivation level had regressed a lot, and the spiritual power in his body was almost depleted, which made him sad and angry. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, "Either be my dog or die. Choose one." Running dogs. Such a humiliating word. Lu Tiange was furious but dared not to say anything. Master. He forced a smile and said. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and carried him like a dog, flying toward the peak of Skyfall. The second-generation disciples, who were watching from the mountainside, were all amazed. He's so powerful. I feel that the Grand Teacher's power will grow by leaps and bounds every now and then. I feel the same way too. Compared to him, we are so stupid. Don't compare yourself with the Grand Teacher. He's the world's second most powerful cultivator, the top genius. Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha is so powerful. I really want to learn it. Impossible. Even personal disciples can't learn such a sword technique. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng looked at each other and saw the will to fight in each other's eyes. Before they met Zhou Xuanji, they all felt that they were powerful and awesome. But now, they felt that they were so weak and puny. Sigh. The heavenly law is unfair. On the other side. On the peak. Zhou Xuanji threw Lu Tiange onto the ground. Xian Xianghua, Jiang Shui, Daoya Old Man, Huang Lianxin, and Zhou Xiaoqi surrounded him. As for the others, they were not on the peak. Instead, they were scattered around Skyfall to cultivate. I want to take him as my slave. Is there any way to restrain him? Zhou Xuanji asked as he looked at Xian Xianghua, and Daoya Old Man Xian Xianghua said with a deep voice, I have an insect that attaches itself to the inner pellet and astral infant. It can make people wish they were dead. Lu Tiange, who was lying on the ground, shuddered. Such a vicious woman. He immediately looked up and cried out, Master, I will never betray you. I, Lu Tiange, am a man of my words. In the face of death, he could no longer care about the dignity of the emperor. I have a divine ability called Oath. After he makes a promise, if he dares to break it, his spirit energy will be in chaos, his chi and blood will be unstable, and his fate will gather. Daoya Old Man said with squinted eyes as he stroked his long beard. A great tribulation scattered immortal could indeed be taken in. Oath divine ability? The group was shocked. There's such a divine ability? Lu Tiange shuddered and looked at Daoya Old Man fearfully. This old man is so ruthless. After that, Daoya Old Man took out a drop of his essence blood and began casting the spell. What venomous oath do you want him to make? Let him repeat it. Daoya Old Man said to Zhou Xuanji. Everyone looked at him with curiosity. Even Xian Xianghua was the same. She thought to herself, this brat has learned a lot. Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself. Lu Tiange swallowed his saliva and pretended to be calm. I respect Zhou Xuanji as my father. If I dare to harm Zhou Xuanji or any human or demon related to him, I will die a horrible death. If I lie to Zhou Xuanji, I will be struck by lightning. Whatever Zhou Xuanji asks me to do, I will do it because he's my father. After Zhou Xuanji finished speaking, the summit fell into silence. Everyone was trying to hold in their laughter. Lu Tiange's face was red with anger, and his eyes were filled with fury. This was a complete humiliation to him. This was intolerable. He gritted his teeth and said, Zhou Xuanji. Are you really going to bully me? Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji took out the swine-culling sword and walked up to him. He pierced the sword into his abdomen and began absorbing his spirit energy. Lu Tiange's expression changed drastically. He wanted to resist, but he could not. Seems like this guy has a backbone. Huang Lianxin covered her mouth and laughed. No one stopped Zhou Xuanji. Lu Tiange was too arrogant just now. A while later. Wait. Stop. Lu Tiange cried out suddenly, and Zhou Xuanji stopped too. His eyes turned sharp. He took a deep breath and said, Zhou Xuanji, I'm Emperor Dongsheng, the descendant of an immortal. Zhou Xuanji continued to activate world internalization. Lu Tiange was anxious. Can't you let me finish what I want to say? I respect Zhou Xuanji as my father. If I dare to harm Zhou Xuanji or any human or demon related to him, I will die a horrible death. If I lie to Zhou Xuanji, I will be struck by lightning. The fourth update. I have already updated all the information about the legendary swords in the forum. Those who want to know more can take a look. The attributes of the legendary swords will be updated regularly. There will also be voting for various storyline characters. It's worth your participation. Com. Wonderful Book House. Com. Chapter 291. After Lu Tiange swore, Daoya Old Man took his essence blood. He then asked for a drop of Zhou Xuanji's essence blood and combined them. Essence blood referred to fresh blood and essence qi. The essence blood of different humans or demons was different. In the cultivation world, it could be used as an identity. For example, enchanted artifacts and enchanted treasures required essence blood to recognize their owners. Daoya Old Man waved his right hand, and the essence blood in his hand dissipated into the heavens and earth. It was invisible and soundless. That's it? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Why did he feel like a fraud? Daoya Old Man nodded and said proudly, of course. This divine ability is not simple. In the entire northern wilderness region, there are less than 5 people who know this divine ability. Xian Xianghua asked curiously, you and Xuanhe received an ancient legacy. Which powerhouse's legacy is it? A long time ago, Daoya Old Man and Xuanhe Divine Monk were ordinary. After they received the legacy of an ancient powerhouse, they were reborn. Why should I tell you? Daoya Old Man said arrogantly. He used to be extremely afraid of Xian Xianghua. But now, he was not afraid. If you want to marry my grand disciple, you must support me well first. Xian Xianghua's eyes turned cold, and a murderous aura emanated from her. He was so frightened that he quickly hid behind Zhou Xuanji. Lu Tiange sat on the ground in despair. Scenes of the past flashed before his eyes. If this were to spread to the Dongxing Empire, would he still have the face to be the emperor? Suddenly, he regretted giving in to her. But he really did not want to die like this. Once he died, he would have nothing left. Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Tell me, which sea region are you from? He said softly. He heard from Ning Zifeng that the ocean was much bigger than the continent. The Chaos Tide Sea was only a small map. Even so, there were great tribulation scattered immortals, and more than one of them. He had always suspected that there were many powerful cultivators overseas, and they might be more powerful than the northern wilderness region. If so, why did they not attack the northern wilderness region? There must be a lot of unknown secrets behind this. Lu Tiange's expression changed, but he decided to bear with it. After all, this was the northern wilderness region, and no one knew him. After he returned, he could remove the divine ability and deny everything. Therefore, he told them about his background. It turned out that there were 108 sea regions in the ocean, with the northern wilderness region as the center. There was a powerful barrier between these sea regions and the northern wilderness region, and one could only enter and exit through the illusory void hole. The void was flowing, located in the sea water, unable to be seen with the naked eye. From ancient times until now, no one could calculate how many voids there were. A long time ago, the empires of the various sea regions had started planning to invade the northern wilderness region and occupy the land resources. However, the void was unstable, and they could not invade on a large scale. Moreover, the sanctums of the northern wilderness region were guarding the borders of the sea regions, so the sea region empires could not invade the northern wilderness region. In the past, there were many heroes and geniuses in the northern wilderness region. Ever since the Hegemon Sword Emperor ascended, the northern wilderness region had fallen into desolation. Tens of thousands of years ago, there were several people like Sunlight Emperor in every era, even in the double digits. It was said that the northern wilderness region was originally much larger, but because of the battles between the strong, many lands were sunk into the sea. 500 years ago, someone from the Dongxing Empire accidentally entered the northern wilderness region. That person was loyal and devoted, and since then, he had been gathering information for the Dongxing Empire. Lu Tiange thought that the northern wilderness region had fallen into desolation, so he searched for the void and entered it. But reality gave him a heavy blow. He cursed in his heart. It's all that guy's fault. How did he gather information? TSK. This guy's mood is the same as mine. He thought that he could do whatever he wanted after coming to the northern wilderness region, but... Ning Zifeng laughed mercilessly, which made Lu Tiange's veins bulge on his forehead. We are all from the sea region. Why make things difficult for each other? Zhou Xuanji asked a few more questions, and Lu Tiange answered them honestly. There were empires in every sea region, which meant that there were hundreds of empires overseas. However, the population of these empires was far less than the empires in the northern wilderness region. After he finished asking, he asked Lu Tiange to find a place to stay at the waist of the mountain. Zhou Xuanji asked Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng to keep a close eye on him. This person was a great tribulation scattered immortal after all, and he had many tricks up his sleeves. Seems like this world is more exciting than we imagined, Daoya old man sighed in amazement. After hearing Lu Tiange's words, he suddenly felt that the northern wilderness region was very small. A bunch of natives from overseas dares to encroach on the northern wilderness region? What a fool's dream. Xian Xianghua snorted coldly. The others sighed in amazement as well. Zhou Xuanji was thinking about another question. Who set up the barrier around the northern wilderness region? After Lu Tiange joined Skyfall, he ended up as Zhang Quanglan. Every few days, Zhou Xuanji would find him and absorb all the spirit energy in his body. At first, he was furious because he thought that Zhou Xuanji treated him like a pig or a dog. 3 months later, Lu Tiange was numb, and his body became noticeably thinner. During this period, he saw Zhang Quanglan. The two met, and their gazes met. Their silence was filled with sorrow. With the great tribulation scattered immortal providing him with endless spirit energy, Zhou Xuanji was getting closer and closer to the great realization stage. Another 4 months passed, and he finally had an opportunity to break through. He left Skyfall and went to undergo the tribulation 100 miles away. He took out the thunderclap sword and was prepared to absorb the power of heavenly lightning. He brought Lu Tiange along on purpose so that the latter could watch from the side. Boom! Thunderclouds gathered, and a horrifying heavenly might spread across the wasteland. There were no trees within a radius of a few thousand meters, only weeds. Under the cover of the thunderclouds, the world was dark and looked extremely bleak. Lu Tiange was 100 meters away from Zhou Xuanji. Lu Tiange was completely different from half a year ago. He was no longer as arrogant as before. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression and cursed in his heart. To him, Zhou Xuanji was provoking him on purpose. Zhou Xuanji was absorbing his spirit energy to obtain an opportunity to break through, and he had to watch from the side. It was an absolute humiliation. Zhou Xuanji sat down with the thunderclap sword hovering above his head. He activated golden invincibility, and strands of heavenly lightning coiled around him like dragons and snakes. An extremely powerful aura exploded from his body, causing the ground to tremble slightly. At the same time, heavenly lightning appeared in the thunderclouds like numerous lightning dragons tumbling in the sea of clouds. Roar! A world-shaking roar came from the sky. Lu Tiange looked up, and in the next second, he opened his eyes wide. A gigantic qilin head emerged from the thunderclouds. It was formed by interweaving heavenly lightning, and it was as huge as a mountain. Its eyes were beaming with a powerful radiance as it looked down at the ground like a supreme ruler. Qilin Divine Tribulation. How can it be? This is a heavenly tribulation that only great tribulation scattered immortals can encounter. Lu Tiange cried out in shock. He had seen a powerhouse encountering this tribulation before. The world-destroying scene was still fresh in his memory. He immediately distanced himself from Zhou Xuanji to avoid being accidentally injured by the heavenly tribulation. Qilin Divine Tribulation? Such a good name. But it's nothing before my legendary sword. Zhou Xuanji laughed softly. Just when he spoke, bolts of heavenly lightning struck down crazily. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 292. An hour later. Lu Tiange swallowed his saliva and tried to stay calm, but his body couldn't stop trembling. What did he see? When Zhou Xuanji was breaking through to the great realization stage, he had encountered the scattered immortal tribulation, and he had passed the tribulation unscathed with a single sword. How could this be? That was the Qilin Sage tribulation. How could that sword block it? Moreover, if he was not mistaken, the sword seemed to have absorbed the lightning. The wasteland was filled with charred smoke, and there were potholes everywhere, formed by the heavenly lightning. Zhou Xuanji levitated in midair. His spirit energy exploded out, forming a tornado around him with a powerful aura. He had already put away the thunderclap sword. After absorbing the Qilin Divine Tribulation, the thunderclap sword would level up again. His cultivation base had already reached Mahayana level 1. Sword owner has reached the Mahayana realm. Gacha begins. Ding! Congratulations, sword owner has obtained Amethyst, Ghost Weep Sword, Sealing Dream Sword Formation. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Next, 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Ghost Weep Sword Grade, Amethyst, Description, a sword that makes thousands of ghosts wail in the netherworld. It possesses an extremely strong murderous aura that can easily make people lose their rationality. Zhou Xuanji did not take out the Ghost Weep sword but looked at Lu Tiange. Facing his gaze, Lu Tiange hurriedly lowered his head in fear. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's domineering tribulation, he only felt fear in his heart. You can leave. Zhou Xuanji said slowly. After breaking through to the great realization stage, he no longer needed Lu Tiange. Lu Tiange was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. He cautiously asked, "Where are we going?" Could it be? His heart began to beat faster. You can go wherever you want. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. It was not suitable to leave Lu Tiange in Skyfall. His existence was a threat to everyone else. It was impossible for him to be completely convinced. Are you really going to let me go like this? Lu Tiange asked in surprise. He had a surreal feeling. He had thought that it would take decades or even centuries for him to have a chance to escape. Zhou Xuanji smiled mysteriously, no matter where you go, we will meet again one day. Lu Tiange shuddered in fear and immediately flew away. After he left, Zhou Xuanji took out Heavenly Retribution Martial Song. Intimidating Spirit Legendary Sword. This was the first time he had taken out this sword. Ever since he obtained this sword, he had been looking forward to it. After all, this was the strongest sword he had so far. A crystal broadsword appeared in his hand. The sword was crystal blue in color, and its blade was sharp. There were intricate patterns on it that looked like the scales of a divine dragon or a Qilin. It looked very mystical, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary sword. With Heavenly Retribution Martial Song in his hand, Zhou Xuanji felt a coolness seep into his palm. He subconsciously poured his spirit energy into the Heavenly Retribution Martial Song. Boom! The ground beneath his feet collapsed, and a horrifying aura exploded out. With Zhou Xuanji at the center, a visible gale swept out in all directions. Zhou Xuanji quickly cut off his spirit energy, and cold sweat covered his forehead. So powerful! He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with surprise. After breaking through to the Mahayana realm, his spiritual energy had leaped in quality and quantity, becoming more than 10 times stronger than before. Just now, when he had used heavenly retribution Wuxia's power, he had felt as if the entire world would be destroyed by him. This feeling of strength was unprecedented, and it caused him to shudder with fear. As expected of the intimidating spirit legendary sword. Too powerful. Suddenly, a bold idea came to his mind. Who would win the battle between him and Yang Di? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Before Yang Di offended him, he would not seek trouble with him. His priority was to continue cultivating. He wanted to be the top cultivator in the next World Millennium Duel. From then on, he would continue to be the top cultivator, surpassing his predecessors and reaching the pinnacle of history. Back at the top of Skyfall, everyone gathered around him. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had successfully broken through, they were all very happy. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the safer they would be. No one objected to Lu Tiange's departure. Master, do you have the confidence to defeat Yang Di now? Zhao Zongjian asked with great excitement. Previously, Zhou Xuanji had been emphasizing on breaking through to the great realization stage as soon as possible, and they were all looking forward to it. Zhou Xuanji smiled mysteriously and said, I have never seen Yang Di before, so I don't know how powerful he is. However, I feel that no one in the world can kill me. Before breaking through, he could already defeat First Tribulation scattered immortals. Now that he had broken through and obtained a legendary sword of a higher grade, how could he not be more powerful? Yang Di's cultivation might have already reached Third Tribulation scattered immortal. In the current world, only he has reached that level, Xian Xianghua said. She was a Second Tribulation scattered immortal. Great Tribulation scattered immortals were divided into 9 tribulations. Normally, a Second Tribulation scattered immortal could dominate the world. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, no matter how powerful he is, we just need to cultivate hard. In a few years, we should let the second-generation disciples go out to train. Just training hard was not enough. They needed actual combat experience. He planned to arrange for the second-generation disciples to train in batches. At the same time, he would give them the opportunity to take in disciples. Every time they went out, he would arrange for people to protect them in secret. The group began to talk about the future plans of the sect. Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and began to inherit the Sealing Dream Sword formation. Memories flowed into his mind, isolating his consciousness from the current world. The Sealing Dream Sword formation was a sealing sword formation. Once hit, one's spirit energy and senses would be sealed, and one would become a puppet. This sword formation was very domineering, and it made up for one of Zhou Xuanji's shortcomings. Even though he was unparalleled in the way of the sword, he was lacking in other areas. For example, he needed Daoya Old Man's help to seal an enemy's cultivation. As for spells of the 5 elements, he did not care too much. He could rely on the way of the sword in battle, and he had Jiang Shui to help him in daily life. Even if he could not, he could store some scrolls of spells of the 5 elements and use them like tools. After he finished inheriting the memories, he took out dozens of legendary swords and began to practice. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Ning Zifeng, Lin Changge, Huang Lianxin, and Beixiao Wangjian immediately came over and watched excitedly. At the same time, news of Zhou Xuanji breaking through to the great realization stage spread throughout Skyfall. All of the disciples and demons discussed this excitedly. I feel that the Grand Teacher's breakthrough speed is even faster than ours. His cultivation stage is so high. How far do you think the gap between the Grand Teacher and Yang Di is? I think it's about there. The Grand Teacher's power has already surpassed our imagination. Can there be someone more powerful than him in the northern wilderness region? I feel that the day of establishing the sect is getting closer and closer. Everyone, cultivate well. In the future, there will definitely be more geniuses joining Skyfall. We cannot be surpassed. After a while, news of Zhou Xuanji breaking through to the great realization stage spread among the demons and then into the human race. After all, there were many demons around Skyfall, and there would always be demons who could not control their mouths. A 32-year-old great realization cultivator. Everyone in the world discussed Zhou Xuanji again. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 293. In an inn in Great Zhou's royal city. A storyteller was waving his fan as he spoke. Nearly 100 customers were sitting around him. That day, the sky was clear for thousands of miles at Skyfall. Suddenly, thunderclouds gathered, and a demonic wind blew. So, it was the arrival of the demon sovereign. He declared that he would take the Tianxia map and asked the Sword Emperor to come out and accept his death. Who is the Sword Emperor? He's the most powerful cultivator in Great Zhou's history and also the most powerful prodigy in the entire northern wilderness region. How could he be so noisy? The storyteller looked like he was in his early 40s. He wore a hat and had a slightly tanned face. When he talked about the key points, his eyes would widen, which made the customers' hearts jump. He would tell Zhou Xuanji's story every day. Some stories had been repeated hundreds of times, but he would still tell them because there were so many people who liked to listen to him. Ever since Zhou Xuanji became the world's second, very few people called him Sword God Zhou. Instead, they called him the Sword Emperor. Since ancient times, the word emperor represented the supreme meaning. Sword God Zhou, on the other hand, sounded like a swindler. Of course, calling him Sword God was just as impressive. I heard that the Sword Emperor has broken through to the great realization stage. Is it true? Before he broke through, he could already kill the demon sovereign. Does he have the capability to become the world's top cultivator? A customer asked curiously, which attracted the attention of the others. The storyteller slapped his fan on his palm and said with a smile, "The Sword Emperor has indeed broken through to the great realization stage and set a new record as the youngest great realization cultivator. But it's still not enough to defeat Yang Di. Yang Di has been the world's top cultivator for 3 consecutive times and has dominated the northern wilderness region for 3,000 years. It's too difficult to defeat him. He's the most promising person to become a great emperor, and his future achievements will not be lower than the hegemon Sword Emperor." He began to talk about how powerful Yang Di was, which made the customers gasp in shock. At a corner of the inn, 2 women dressed as men sat. They were Princess Xuanya and Princess Lingling. Princess Xuanya had the rare Dao form. With the help of Zhou Qingxin's resources, she had already reached the Soul Fountain stage. Princess Lingling was not as talented as her, but because of her Minghun relationship with Zhou Xuanji, she was treated well. The 2 felt bored staying in the palace, so they would often come out to play. "Sister, why do people always associate Xuanji with Yang Di? There's no enmity between them." Princess Lingling asked in confusion. Yang Di had an extremely good reputation, and Zhou Xuanji was a straightforward and upright person. Both of them were helping the human race get rid of demons, so there was no reason for them to fight. Princess Xuanya rolled her eyes at her and said unpleasantly, "There's no first in literature, and there's no second in martial arts. With Zhou Xuanji's abilities, he will fight to be the top cultivator in the world sooner or later. You've been in the royal palace for too long and don't understand the world well enough." Princess Lingling did not really understand. Was it that important to be number 1 in the world? That's right. Which of us cultivators doesn't want to become the world's number 1? A chuckle came from the side as a black-robed youth walked over and sat down. His face was handsome, and his long hair was coiled into a red string. His figure was tall and straight, and he had an imposing appearance. Princess Xuanya glanced at him and said, "Who told you to sit here?" The black-clothed young man chuckled and said, "My name is Bai Haoisen, and I consider myself extraordinary." My goal is to become #1 in the world. I have met 2 ladies by chance, and your smiles have moved my heart. Are you married? Princess Xuanya and Princess Lingling looked at each other, speechless. Where did this idiot come from? Bai Haoisen could tell what they were thinking. He shook his head and smiled as he said, "You might think that I'm boasting shamelessly, but I do have the qualifications to become the top cultivator in the world. Within 100 years, I will defeat Yang Di and the Sword Emperor. At that time, I will make you the great emperor's wives." How awe-inspiring that would be. The 2 women heard him and rolled their eyes. They got up and left. Looking at their backs, Bai Haoisen did not chase after them. The corner of his lips curled up as he poured himself a cup of wine and mumbled, "Interesting. Tens of thousands of years have passed, yet no one knows of my name. It seems like I'll have to turn the world upside down for someone to know of my prowess." Halfway up the mountain at Skyfall. Training with the sword requires one's heart and cannot focus on one move. Moves are dead, but the sword is alive. Only by moving with one's heart can one establish a connection with the sword. Zhou Xuanji sat on a large rock. In front of him, 80 second-generation disciples were training with the sword. They were in an orderly formation, and the formation was quite good. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and Beishao Wangjian stood behind him and watched silently. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqi ran over with the 3-eyed drought rodent in his mouth. "Master, it found another treasure, but it's protected by restrictive barriers. We need support," Zhou Xiaoqi said as he blinked. This little guy was no longer innocent. After following the little black snake and Chongming demon monarch for so long, it was full of evil tricks. Zhou Xuanji did not even look at it and said straightforwardly, "Let Liuwu demon wolf go with you." "Okay." Zhou Xiaoqi brought the 3-eyed drought rodent and left happily. A while later. "What do you think about letting the disciples form teams?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Xiao Jinghong and the other 2 were stunned and asked how they should form teams. If Skyfall wants to survive for a long time, it must be like the other sects and accept missions from various places to uphold justice. But it's too dangerous to go out alone. I want them to form teams of 2 so that they can look out for each other. Zhou Xuanji said. Along the way, he was leading a team. If he was injured, someone would heal him. If he encountered something he did not understand, someone would explain it to him. It was very difficult to survive alone in this world. That's possible. There are exactly 80 people, 2 to a team. But if someone dies, what about the last person? Zhao Congjian nodded, but he had his doubts too. Zhou Xuanji replied, "That's why we need to discuss this. Next year, we will pick a batch of disciples with the highest cultivation to go out and take in the 3rd-generation disciples. We can't have a lot of people, because we will need people to entertain guests when we open our sect. How could they entertain guests with less than 100 people? Just Great Zhou alone would send more than 100 people." Xiao Jinghong immediately requested to lead the team. But Zhou Xuanji did not agree. The first batch of disciples must be harvested by powerful cultivators. Although Xiao Jinghong had already begun to break through to astral projection, it was not enough. Su Yang listened to their conversation, and his eyes began to wander around. He knew that his chance had come. The more disciples he had, the more secure his position as the eldest senior apprentice brother would be. 2 hours later. Haotian Boar King went up the mountain suddenly. He half knelt beside Zhou Xuanji and said with a muffled voice, "Master, someone called Meng Tianlang is here. He said that he is here to fulfill the promise of slavery. But he brought someone with him. His cultivation is unfathomable, just like Lu Tiange." Having heard that, Zhou Xuanji frowned. He still remembered Meng Tianlang. He was Xiao Jinghong's nemesis and close friend. But another person with cultivation like Lu Tiange? Since when were great tribulation scattered immortals everywhere? Smiley face, smiley face. Chapter 294. Bring them up, Zhou Xuanji ordered. After Haotian Boar King left, he asked Zhao Zongjian to bring the disciples to another place to train. Xiao Jinghong frowned and muttered to himself, where did Meng Tianlang get acquainted with great tribulation scattered immortals? Meng Tianlang was ranked second on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. Han Shenbo was first, and Xiao Jinghong was third. But now, Zhou Xuanji no longer thought highly of him. You will know when they come up, Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. If a powerful enemy attacked, he would sense it. But now, he did not sense any danger. This meant that the enemy was not a threat to him. A while later, Haotian Boar King flew up with two people. One of them was Meng Tianlang. He was not wearing armor but a simple martial robe. He looked a little reserved. The other person looked to be in his 40s. He was dressed strangely in blue clothes and a white cloak. There was a golden crown on his head with a fist-sized ruby embedded in it. Senior Zhou, Meng Tianlang cupped his fist and said awkwardly. When he first met Zhou Xuanji was still a kid, and Meng Tianlang did not take him seriously. But now, Zhou Xuanji had grown up and become the famous Sword Emperor. He had to treat him like a junior. Sword Emperor, now that I've seen you today, you're indeed impressive. The man with the golden crown chuckled. His tone was neither humble nor arrogant. Xiao Jinghong stared at him and asked with a deep voice, "Who are you?" Meng Tianlang looked at Xiao Jinghong with a complicated expression. He could sense that Xiao Jinghong's cultivation had caught up to his. He might have even surpassed him. My name is Han Daozi, the ancestor of Tianlang. I've lived in seclusion for thousands of years. Everyone thought that I was dead, including my descendants, the man with the golden crown said with a smile. The golden-crowned man said with a smile. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian's eyes widened. Beixiao Wangjian looked confused. Who was Han Daozi? Didn't you die in Xian Xianghua's hands? Xiao Jinghong asked curiously. Han Daozi was quite famous. He was once ranked 9th in the world and fought with the top evil cultivator, Xian Xianghua. He died in the snowy mountains in the north. Han Daozi smiled and said, if I did not die, the righteous sects would have brought my entire clan to fight the Tanhua sect. My death can save my clan. In the past, when Xian Xianghua was the number 1 in the world, the righteous path had started a war. If she didn't participate in the war, she would be called an evil demon. Zhou Xuanji and the others had also heard about the war during that period. In Xian Xianghua's words, a bunch of ants overestimated themselves. If not for her magnanimity, she would have slaughtered the entire righteous path long ago. Ever since that battle, the cultivators of the righteous path began to smear her name and exaggerate her sins. Why have you come? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. He could sense the spirit energy in Han Daozi's body, and it was as powerful as Lu Tianga's. He was most likely a first tribulation scattered immortal. Han Daozi's smile faded, and he said seriously, I want to entrust this task to the descendants of the Han clan. I know you well. You have many geniuses under your command, and even the exquisite Sword Heart is willing to be your disciple. This shows that your teaching ability is very strong. Meng Tianlang fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead touching the ground. Wait. Isn't his surname Meng? Why is he a member of the Han family? Northern Sword Valiant could not help but ask. His brows were tightly knitted, and he was full of conflict with Meng Tianlang. Back then, it wasn't that Zhou Xuanji didn't give Meng Tianlang a chance, but he didn't show up. Now that Zhou Xuanji was famous throughout the world, he wanted to climb up the tree. His mother is a descendant of the Han clan, and to this day, the Han clan only has one descendant left. Before, this boy didn't know how to appreciate kindness and didn't keep his promise. It's his fault, hurry up and apologize. Han Daozi slapped the back of Meng Tianlang's head and said in a low voice. Apologies. Meng Tianlang knelt on the ground and said in a low voice. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Even so, he was not moved. Perhaps Meng Tianlang had great talent, but he did not like people who went back on their word. I won't hide it from you, this boy's fate is that of a 10,000-year prince. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have been able to divine his whereabouts. In the current world, your talent is the greatest. If you can take him as a disciple, he will definitely soar to the sky and serve your sect in the future. Han Daozi continued to speak, his tone sincere. 10,000-year prince. Everyone's expressions changed. How is that possible? He's a 10,000-year prince? What proof do you have? Beishao Wangjian cried out in shock. All along, they had thought that Zhou Xuanji was a 10,000-year prince. How could they believe Han Daozi so easily? Han Daozi smiled and said, if you don't believe me, ask Xian Xianghua and Daoya old man to come down. With their abilities, they will surely be able to see Tianlang's fate. It's as vast as the ocean, unparalleled in the world. Zhou Xuanji immediately gave Xiao Jinghong a look and asked him to invite Xian Xianghua and Daoya old man. At this moment, Xian Xianghua appeared beside him, followed by Daoya old man. The two of them looked at Meng Tianlang closely. Such boundless fate, could it be true? Xian Xianghua had a strange look on her face. Back then, she had mistakenly thought that Zhou Xuanji was a 10,000-year prince, which was why she had been paying attention to him. In the end, she was won over by Zhou Xuanji's charisma. If the 10,000-year prince had appeared from the start, she might not have followed Zhou Xuanji so closely. Daoya old man frowned and muttered, this boy's fate is indeed incredible. Even Jihuang Demon Lord did not have such powerful fate. As for Zhou Xuanji, because his fate had been changed when he was young, his fate was not obvious and could not be observed. He's a 10,000-year prince. Are you really willing to give him to me? Zhou Xuanji asked as he looked at Han Daozi. Because of Xian Xianghua's appearance, Han Daozi's expression became a bit unnatural, but he hid it very well. He smiled and said, the world is going to be chaotic in the future. I feel that I'm powerless to protect him, so I can only entrust him to you. Don't worry, this child's heart is filled with reverence for you, and he has no ill intentions. Hearing this, Meng Tianlang, who was kneeling on the ground, turned red. In Great Zhou, most people admired Zhou Xuanji, including him. There was no helping it, Zhou Xuanji was just too legendary. When someone is better than you, you may be jealous. But when he was far stronger than you, to the point where you couldn't even catch up to him, you could only revere and worship him. Let's go up the mountain. I have something to ask you. Zhou Xuanji said as he got up. Knowing that Meng Tianlang was the 10,000-year prince, the dissatisfaction he felt towards him disappeared. Well, the heavens were fair. As long as you were talented, you could open any door you wanted. If Meng Tianlang was properly trained, he might become a peerless talent like Yang Di in the future. He already had a blueprint in his mind. Meng Tianlang joined Skyfall just like that. Nightfall. Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Fenyu Dragon King, and the others all sat in a stone pavilion, while Meng Tianlang and Han Daozi sat across from Zhou Xuanji. So it's like that. 10,000-year princes also need to awaken. However, if they don't awaken, their fate will make it very difficult for them to die. No wonder they didn't die at Master's hands back then, Zhao Congjian said as he stroked his chin, making Meng Tianlang feel quite awkward. Lin Chang'e crossed his arms and coldly harumphed as he said, I can't take disciples. So what if I'm a 10,000-year prince? I can only be a sword slave. Is my exquisite sword heart bad? Yes. Chapter 295. Lin Chang'e suggested that Meng Tianlang be a sword slave, and everyone agreed. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, this 10,000-year prince did not seem as powerful as the legends made him out to be. It's fine to be a sword slave. According to my understanding, the Sword Emperor personally supports sword slaves, and they are no different from disciples. The only difference is their status. Han Daozi stroked his beard and smiled. His gaze towards Zhou Xuanji contained a hint of curiosity. To be honest, he had always been amazed by Zhou Xuanji's talent. Before discovering Meng Tianlang, he had thought that Zhou Xuanji was the 10,000-year prince. Even if he wasn't, he should be a child of providence. Otherwise, how could he be so heaven-defying? I'm supposed to be a slave. I don't dare to dream of becoming a disciple. Meng Tianlang said seriously. Back then, he was defeated by Zhou Xuanji and promised to be Zhou Xuanji's slave. With his personality, how could he shamelessly become Zhou Xuanji's personal disciple? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "From today onwards, you will stay at Skyfall." He looked at Han Daozi and asked, "What about you? Are you willing to stay and become an elder of the sect?" Han Daozi was a first tribulation itinerant immortal, and he had even given him a 10,000-year prince. He naturally had to rope him in. Hearing this, Han Daozi secretly glanced at Xian Xianghua and said with a smile, "Thank you, Sword Emperor, for your kindness. I have cultivated all my life, and I have ambitions. I want to do something for the human race. Recently, Sunlight Emperor wants to establish the Great Fate Empire, and I want to investigate it. I won't stay and waste the spiritual chi of the tea. Of course, when you establish your sect, I will definitely come. In the future, if the sect has any difficulties and needs my help, I will definitely not decline." With that, he stood up, bowed to everyone, turned around, and flew towards the horizon, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chongming Demon Monarch muttered, "That sounds nice, but he didn't even leave a way to contact me. I won't even be able to find him for help in the future." Meng Tianlang's face was full of awkwardness and he did not know what to say. He also found it strange. Why was his ancestor in such a hurry? Daoya Old Man laughed and said, "It's all because of our sect master Xian. Back then, your demonic aura was overflowing, and you almost killed him." Everyone's gaze shifted to Xian Xianghua, who had a calm expression. Zhou Xuanji looked at Meng Tianlang and asked, "How's your talent in the way of the sword?" He was most proficient in sword Dao. The other spells could only be taught by Daoya Old Man. Meng Tianlang scratched his head. "It should be alright. Everyone in the Great Zhou barracks practices the sword, but they're not as powerful as pure sword cultivators." He did not use a sword, but it did not mean that he did not like it or that it was not suitable for him. It was just that the sword Dao had declined in the past. Ever since Zhou Xuanji rose to power, there were more and more sword cultivators in the various empires, especially in Great Zhou. Almost all the young cultivators practiced the sword. When Zhou Xuanji became number one in the world, he might usher in a golden age of the way of the sword. Have a good rest. I will personally teach you tomorrow and see if you are suitable for sword training. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked Xiao Jinghong to bring him to where the second-generation disciples lived. It was also a good opportunity for this pair of gay friends to be alone. After the two left, Xian Xianghua clicked her tongue in wonder and said, "I didn't expect the 10,000-year prince to be someone else. However, it will take some time and effort to awaken him." Lin Chang'e said disdainfully, "What 10,000-year prince? In terms of swordsmanship, his talent is far below mine." The appearance of the 10,000-year prince made him feel an inexplicable sense of danger. Not only him, but Ning Zifeng also felt the same. Their previous guess was right. More and more geniuses would appear in the future, and their positions would be shaken. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He did not mind their thoughts. Oh, by the way, I plan to go out tomorrow. It might be a few years, or it might be decades before I come back. You are fully grown anyway, and you don't need my protection anymore. If you stay in Skyfall, you won't marry me. You have to wait until you marry Jiang Shui before you marry me. It's such a waste of time, Xian Xianghua said as she stared at Zhou Xuanji. After living for so long, she finally fell in love with someone, but he had someone else in his heart. Just thinking about it made her angry. Where are you going? Zhou Xuanji asked. Xian Xianghua had mostly recovered from her injuries, but she was not fully recovered, so he was a little worried. To become more powerful, of course. Xian Xianghua left after saying this. Next, she sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji and reminded him, don't forget to cultivate the celestial devil rebirth technique. It can save your life. Zhou Xuanji felt a warmth in his heart. This old demonic woman was quite cute sometimes. After that, the group dispersed to rest. Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui returned to the house. Jiang Shui poured tea for him as she asked, Xuanji, do you think I have some kind of identity? When I awaken, I will soar into the sky. As she spoke, she became excited. It was as though she was a 10,000-year prince. Zhou Xuanji lay on the bed and snorted, yes. I didn't tell you. I already found out when you were very young. Jiang Shui opened her beautiful eyes wide and asked in surprise, really? Zhou Xuanji flipped over and changed into a more comfortable position. Yes. You are the woman of the future Sword Emperor. You are below one and above tens of thousands. He said with a solemn and sacred tone. Jiang Shui heard him and immediately pounced at him with bared fangs. What? You want me to be below you? To the right of one and above tens of thousands. The next morning, Zhou Xuanji got up and left the house. He asked the little black snake to call Meng Tianlang up. He took out the swine-culling sword and waited by the cliff. After a while, Meng Tianlang and the little black snake flew to the top of the mountain. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji activated Heavenly Lights, Ancestor Dragon Sword, and Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Meng Tianlang was fascinated by them. As expected, he decided to practice the sword. He first taught Meng Tianlang the 36 Paths Jade Shao sword. This guy had a photographic memory. He memorized all the sword moves after seeing it once. However, it took him 2 hours to completely practice the 36 Paths Jade Shao sword. The others left the house one after another. Daoya Old Man stared at Meng Tianlang and began to think about how to awaken this guy. In the next half a month, Meng Tianlang mastered 36 Paths Jade Shao sword. Every move he made was like a swordsman who had cultivated for decades. This time, Shao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, and the others could no longer sit still. They all began to practice the sword. Daoya Old Man came to a conclusion. This guy had already awakened. Without any warning. Ever since he started practicing the sword, his talent was fully displayed. Even his internalization of qi was much faster than before. Even he himself was confused. Before this, he did not believe that he was the 10,000-year prince. But now, he believed. And he was a little flustered. Because Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e often found trouble with him. They claimed that they were sparring with each other, but they were actually beating him up. And so, he was struck down by Lin Chang'e's scabbard again. Kid, you have improved again. Not bad. You are more powerful than all of us. Lin Chang'e smiled with squinted eyes, which made Meng Tianlang gnash his teeth. Ning Zifeng also smiled mockingly. Before Meng Tianlang grew up, he must bully him, or else there would be no more chances in the future. Chapter 296. The days became peaceful again. Zhou Xuanji taught the Soul Eater to Meng Tianlang again and left the matter to himself. Meng Tianlang followed Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng to cultivate. Although the two of them were a little jealous, they quickly regained their composure, and their bullying of Meng Tianlang gradually decreased. The relationship between the three became better and better. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji was already 36 years old, but his cultivation was still at Great Realization Level 1. On the other hand, he managed to cultivate the first level of the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique and obtained a chance to be reborn. In these 4 years, he'd obtained 7 divine swords, and the highest grade was only at the amethyst rank. It was clear that the heavenly retribution martial punishment had used up all of his luck. The 7 divine swords were the Evil Purple Sword, the Torrential Sword, the Scorching Sun Sword, the Boundless Western Heaven Sword, the Flying South Sword, the Great Kuei Sword, and the Zhuyan Sword. What was worth mentioning was that Meng Tianlang had already reached Leaving Aperture Realm, and he had already mastered the Soul Eater to major accomplishment. He was currently learning the Sky-dominating Divine Sword. This guy didn't like fancy sword techniques. He liked the domineering sword techniques that could defeat everything with brute force. After all, he had been on the battlefield for a long time and liked the aura of invincibility. In just 4 short years, he had mastered the Sky-dominating Divine Sword. His talent was truly terrifying. He was much stronger than Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng. Fortunately, he was not arrogant and willful. He could still remain humble and polite in front of others. Apart from Xiao Jinghong, he fought with Chongming Demon Monarch and the 4 Mountain Guarding Kings. As they were all body cultivators, they could often engage in physical combat. On this day, Zhou Xuanji gathered Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others. He was going to select a group of second-generation disciples to go down the mountain to gain experience. Right at this moment, the sound of footsteps appeared behind them. Everyone turned their heads and saw a white-haired man standing at the edge of the cliff. He wore a tattered purple Taoist robe, his face expressionless and his eyes cold. "Who are you?" Lin Changge asked in a deep voice. The other party had ascended the mountain without a sound, and he had not noticed it at all. The others also looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Over the years, cultivators and demons would occasionally sneak into Skyfall to steal the Tianxia map, but they were all chased away. Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. He could not see through the spirit energy in this person's body. He had always thought that he could see through all living beings in the world by relying on the world Buddha art. Could it be that this person's cultivation far surpassed his, or that he had a special identity? "Zhou Xuanji, come with me, or else I will kill them." The white-haired man stared at Zhou Xuanji and said faintly. Ning Zifeng looked at him thoughtfully. He suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "You are heaven." "Impossible. Aren't you overseas? Why would it appear in the northern wilderness region?" Heavens! Everyone was greatly shocked. This was an existence even more terrifying than the 10,000-year princes. In the past, even the Hegemon Sword Emperor and the ancient Diablo King could not do anything to him. "Tian is just my identity. I have my name. My name is Xianyuan Zhou." The white-haired man glanced at Ning Zifeng and said softly. Just as he spoke, his eyes narrowed. Apart from Zhou Xuanji, everyone else was sent flying by a formless wind. Zhou Xuanji took out the sky-extinguishing sword and ancient god sword and said in a low voice, "You and I will fight in the distance." He didn't expect heaven to find him so soon. However, he had already predicted today's battle. After all, heaven specialized in hunting down people who possessed the monarch purple chi. Xianyuan Zhou lightly nodded and turned to fly towards the horizon. He believed that Zhou Xuanji would follow him. Xuanji, Jiang Shui got up from the ground and looked at Zhou Xuanji worriedly. He turned and smiled at her as he said, "You all stay here. Trust me, I will be back. Don't come looking for me." After saying this, he turned into a ray of sword light and chased after Xianyuan Zhou. In the clear sky, Zhou Xuanji and Xianyuan Zhou levitated in the air, facing each other. They were less than 100 meters apart. Their gazes met. Both of their gazes were cold and showed no fear. "I'm very curious about Tian's background," Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said. For years had passed, and although his cultivation level did not increase, his power had been growing. Facing the mysterious and unpredictable Xianyuan Zhou, he did not feel any fear and instead felt quite eager. Xianyuan Zhou was not in a rush to make a move. He replied, "Heaven is naturally the law enforcer of the will of the heavens. Whenever there are too many possessors of monarch qi in the world, heaven will appear and kill the possessors, returning peace to the world." Those with emperor qi were all people destined to become emperors. They were filled with ambition and would bring war to the world. When many people with emperor qi appeared, there would often be a massive calamity. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Could it be that you were born from Tian?" Xianyuan Zhou did not reply. He slightly raised his chin and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he said, "Zhou Xuanji, you are different from those with emperor qi in the past. Your fate is mysterious and unpredictable, so I don't want to kill you for now. If you follow me, I can spare your life." Zhou Xuanji laughed. He wanted to subdue him. It seemed that Tian was not completely just and merciless. "It's not what you think. I just want to observe you for a while and use your power to kill those with emperor qi, as well as those who should not exist in this world." Xianyuan Zhou continued to speak. His gaze was just as cold as before, and there were no ripples in it at all. He waved his right hand downwards. In that instant, the ground below was torn apart, forming a massive canyon that stretched to the ends of the world. Rumble, dust flew everywhere, and it was as if the apocalypse had arrived. Looking from above, it looked like a semicircle had been split in two. The end of the canyon could not be seen, and it was at least 10,000 kilometers long. Zhou Xuanji frowned, feeling greatly shocked. This power, he could not even see the trajectory of Xianyuan Zhou's spirit energy clearly. He sank into his thoughts, should he act or not? You are at great realization level 1, and you have cultivated the world Buddha art to level 2. Your strength is enough to defeat first tribulation scattered immortals, and you might be able to fight against second tribulation scattered immortals. However, I have the strength of a third tribulation scattered immortal, so you have no chance of winning. Follow me, and perhaps I can help you become stronger, Xianyuan Zhou said calmly, drawing a large picture for him. Zhou Xuanji thought and asked in confusion, "If you just want to observe me, why do you want to help me become stronger?" Why did he feel that this Tian was different from the legends? In the legends, when Tian met someone with emperor qi, he would immediately fight without saying anything. Why would he be so courteous? I want to see if you have the qualifications to become Tian. Xianyuan Zhou's words were incredibly shocking, and hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's pupils constricted. Become Tian? Under the blue sky in white clouds, there was a boundless grassy plain. A group of gorgeously dressed women were walking forward. There was a man among them, hugging women on both sides, and his face was covered with red lipstick marks. This person was Bai Haoisen, who had appeared at Great Zhou's royal city. When this emperor finds his natal artifact, it will be the day this emperor regains control of the world. When that time comes, all of you girls will become concubines. What do you say? Bai Haoisen loudly laughed, looking incredibly carefree and relaxed. A beautiful woman next to him waved her fan and harumphed, "Who will be the empress? 1, 2. Chapter 297. You want to be the empress? That depends on talent. Little girls like you, your cultivation talent is too poor. You can only serve this emperor. Bai Hao Yisan shook his head and laughed mercilessly, causing the surrounding women to boo him in unison. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 73 women, all of them beautiful and had impressive figures. They were all convinced by his strength and followed him to roam the world. Being this emperor's concubine will still allow you to stand at the peak of the world. Women must be content, understand? Bai Hao Yisan lifted the chin of the woman next to him and teased. He sighed in his heart. The human world was indeed beautiful. In the distance, on a white cloud, Zhou Xuanji and Xianyuan Zhou looked at Bai Hao Yisan. This person is the reincarnation of an ancient emperor? Is that for real? Zhou Xuanji looked quite confused. Seeing Bai Hao Yisan with so many beautiful women, he could not associate him with the incredibly domineering great emperor. Xianyuan Zhou said expressionlessly, since ancient times, all those who became great emperors would be roped in by various immortal sects in the higher realms after ascending, continuing to command the world. However, it's difficult for great emperors to be invincible in the higher realms, so this heartless emperor couldn't help but reincarnate and stay in the mortal world to enjoy himself. Great Emperor heartless? Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched as he heard this. Does this guy look like he's heartless? We must kill this kind of person who doesn't abide by the rules of heaven. Go and deal with him. If you succeed, I will allow you to return to visit your subordinates after a certain period of time. Xianyuan Zhou ordered, but Zhou Xuanji frowned and did not move. He had no enmity with Bai Hao Yisan, so how could he kill him for no reason? If you aren't willing, when he recovers his peak cultivation and controls the world, he will use all the women in the world as his cauldrons. At that time, it will be difficult to protect the women you care about. Xianyuan Zhou continued to speak. Hearing this, Yi Futian's eyes turned cold. Was this guy a stallion? Isn't this the desire of some otaku? He immediately took out the sky-extinguishing sword and the ancient god sword. Stepping on the thunderclap sword, he charged forward. The Thunder Divine Sword had reached the peak of the glorious gold level after absorbing the heavenly lightning of the Qilance divine catastrophe. However, it had not broken through to the heavenly soul level, which was a pity. But it was still enough. Whoosh, the sound of air being torn could be heard, causing Bai Hao Yisan to look back in shock. His gaze met Zhou Xuanji's cold and sharp gaze. Who are you? Bai Hao Yisan asked in a low voice. He raised his right hand and a white barrier of light appeared, protecting all of his beloved servants. Two black figures appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. They were the souls of powerful beings. They were Saber Monarch Donghai and Demon Lord Ruyuan. The ancient god sword awakened a soul every 3 years. Demon Lord Ruyuan was the third soul. With the power of two powerful beings and the power of the sky-extinguishing sword, Zhou Xuanji's aura was incredibly domineering as he slashed downwards. Ping! The white light barrier shattered like glass, turning into countless specks of light and dissipating. Ah! 73 women screamed in unison. The piercing power of their screams was so strong that it seemed to be able to ascend to the 36 heavens and descend to the netherworld. Impudent! Bai Hao Yisan leapt up and slammed his palm towards Zhou Xuanji. A green shield appeared in his palm, blocking the ancient god sword. The spiritual power of the two exploded, directly sending each other flying. The legendary swords overlapped and appeared behind Zhou Xuanji, blocking his way. Bai Hao Yisan somersaulted a few times in the air before landing stably. Their gazes passed through the dozens of women and stared at each other. So many swords, are you the current sword emperor Zhou Xuanji? Bai Hao Yisan asked in a low voice. His expression was a little unsightly. If it were anyone else, they would have been furious. He was enjoying himself with his women, and now someone jumped out to attack him. How could he tolerate this? However, when his women heard that it was Zhou Xuanji, they immediately exploded. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? Is it really him? He's so handsome. The rumors are true. He really has many legendary swords. He's so young. I heard that he's only 35 or 36 years old. That's right. That sword strike was so powerful. Hearing this, Bai Haoisen's face darkened, and veins bulged in his forehead. These damned women. Didn't the path of ultimate bliss make them calm down? Zhou Xuanji straightened his body and looked at Bai Haoisen as he said, "Great Emperor Heartless, the mortal realm does not want you. Your era has passed. Do you still want to enslave mortal women as cultivation furnaces?" These words made Bai Haoisen frown. How do you know my identity? But I'm not enslaving them. I'm using my charm to conquer them. I'm going to conquer all the beautiful women in the world, he said in a low voice. Toward the end, he looked like a pig, which made Zhou Xuanji feel nauseous. The heavens cannot tolerate you, don't blame me. Zhou Xuanji charged toward him. He wanted to see what the great ancient emperor was capable of. As for whether to kill him or not, he had not decided yet. He did not trust Xianyuan Zhou completely. If not for the fact that he wanted to use him to become stronger, he would have attacked him long ago. Good. I want to see if the current Sword Emperor is worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. Bai Haoisen leaped up and soared into the sky. The two of them fought high up in the sky to avoid harming the innocent women. Zhou Xuanji activated the 10,000 sword dragon incantation, and all of the legendary swords were surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi as they attacked Bai Haoisen. The legendary swords were like the wind, and their attacks were sharp without any blind spots. A layer of silver-white armor appeared on Bai Haoisen's body. He held a spear in his hand, and the spearhead was connected to a ferocious and mighty dragon head, giving off a boundless and primordial aura. Facing the attacks of the legendary swords, he held the spear with one hand and swept out in a circle, sending all of the legendary swords flying back. Zhou Xuanji directly unleashed the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The 6,000-meter-tall thousand-hand sword Buddha appeared in the air, looking like a god and unparalleled in the world. Seeing this, the women below were completely dumbfounded. Bai Haoisen was also stunned. It was the first time he had seen the thousand-hand sword Buddha. Zhou Xuanji fused into the thousand-hand sword Buddha, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes, looking down at the world. The 1,000 golden arms swung their massive swords and madly slashed towards Bai Haoisen. Sword after sword, they were like massive waves, each wave stronger than the last. Bai Haoisen swung his spear to defend. He was just as fast, and he was able to receive every attack. Zhou Xuanji did not use heavenly retribution martial punishment. It was not that he could not use it, but that he wanted to keep it as a killing blow. He would only use it after he fell out with Xianyuan Zhou. One had to keep a trump card. There was a loud bang. Bai Haoisen was suddenly blasted back, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest with his left hand and cried out, "World reincarnation." Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. How did this fellow know about world reincarnation? It seemed that in his era, there had been a master of the Tianxia map. Since it was like this, he would not hold back anymore. The thousand-hand sword Buddha rushed at Bai Haoisen, and the 1,000 swords wildly slashed out, creating a berserk gale that swept through the heavens and earth. Bai Haoisen hurriedly dodged, but he could not dodge in time. He swung his sword to block, but he was injured by his own spirit energy. Despicable, how am I supposed to fight like this? He cursed in his heart. If he had already obtained his natal enchanted artifact, how could he feel so frustrated? The third chapter. 2 chapters. The voting for the main character's sect began at 6 p.m. The voting location was at Souren Wuxiao. Chapter 298. Boom! 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 The thousand-hand sword Buddha continuously swung its sword, making it difficult for Bai Haoisen to see through it. Every time he counterattacked, he would be struck back by world reincarnation. Injuries piled on injuries, causing his speed to become slower and slower. The huge golden sword landed on his body, but it was blocked by his silver armor and helmet, preventing him from being smashed into meat paste. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Wait. Zhou Xuanji. You and I have no enmity. Can't you just talk nicely? Can you give me some face? Bai Haoisen said as he gritted his teeth. His heart was filled with unwillingness. He had heard of Zhou Xuanji's name before, but he did not take it to heart. However, after today's battle, he understood why Zhou Xuanji could sit on the throne of number 2 in the world. Too strong. He had met the owner of the Tianxia map before, but that person completely relied on the world Buddha art, unlike Zhou Xuanji, who had extremely high attainments in the way of the sword. I'll endure it for now. After Zhou Xuanji obtained his natal artifact and the legacy from his previous life, he would settle the score with Zhou Xuanji. However, Zhou Xuanji did not stop, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha continued to wildly hack and slash. Even after smashing him into the ground, it did not let him off. This is Great Emperor Heartless? So weak, no wonder he didn't leave his name in history. Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself, and his evaluation of Bai Haoisen plummeted. He started to hesitate. Should he kill Bai Haoisen? No. This person could be kept to restrain Xianyuan Zhou. Thinking to there, he said, Great Emperor Heartless, you're only a so-so. Before me, the Sword Emperor, you're like a pig or a dog, unable to withstand a single blow. His words were filled with contempt and mockery. Within the ruins, when Bai Haoisen heard this, he became furious. He was the heartless Great Emperor, an invincible existence who had once dominated the world. How could he allow a junior to humiliate him like this? Rumble, a horrifying aura exploded out, sending Zhou Xuanji's thousand-hand sword Buddha flying back. Zhou Xuanji immediately deactivated the thousand-hand sword Buddha and pretended to look pale. Immature kid, I'll show you how I became a martial monarch today. Bai Haoisen's voice sounded out, cold and domineering. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Was it going to explode? He immediately shouted, this person's strength is not inferior to mine. Please support me. Bai Haoisen turned into a rainbow light and shot out from the billowing dust, rushing towards Zhou Xuanji. His speed was much faster than before. Zhou Xuanji activated heavenly lights, and the sword qi was directly broken through. Puff! Zhou Xuanji forced out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared over the horizon. Bai Haoisen stopped, a look of confusion on his face. He didn't use world reincarnation. At that moment, a boundlessly powerful might descended, causing Bai Haoisen to look up. Xianyuan Zhou hung high in the sky like a sun, divine and majestic. Those eyes stared coldly at Bai Haoisen, causing his heart to beat wildly. He said with a trembling voice, Heavens, his eyes were filled with fear. Xianyuan Tian was expressionless. With a flip of his hand, silver light lit up the world. A huge silver palm appeared out of nowhere, falling down like a mountain. The spectating women were dumbfounded. Boom! Bai Haoisen was slammed down by the massive silver palm, causing the entire grassy plains to violently tremble. The heavenly might was so powerful. Far away. Zhou Xuanji steadied himself and swallowed his saliva. Looking at the scene just now, he could not help but think of the Buddha beating up Monkey Sunday. Was a third tribulation scattered immortal so powerful? Soon, Xianyuan Zhou waved his right hand, and Bai Haoisen, who was covered in blood and looked like a dead dog, rose up from the dust and flew in front of him. The heavenly might cannot be defied. Great Emperor Heartless, you should understand, right? Xianyuan Zhou said coldly, without any emotion in his tone. Bai Haoisen opened one eye with great difficulty and glanced at him. His breath was weak as he said, "Heavens! This emperor is not convinced." Xianyuan Zhou raised his left hand, and Zhou Xuanji felt a powerful force wrap around him. He did not resist and allowed this force to pull him over. When he flew to Xianyuan Zhou's side, the three of them disappeared into the sky. The 73 beautiful women came back to their senses. The great emperor is so weak? Were we tricked? Damn it! Previously, we served him so well and were so obedient. Now that he's dead, aren't we just wasting our efforts? Wu, my chastity, it's okay. At most, I'll find an honest man to marry. Ta. 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 Zhou Xuanji and the others landed on the ground. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and found that he was within a dazzling palace. There were dozens of 15-meter-tall stone statues on both sides of the palace, and they looked exactly like Xianyuan Zhou. It was just that their expressions and actions were different. He looked at Xianyuan Zhou and asked, "Where is this?" "The heavenly palace," Xianyuan Zhou replied. Xianyuan Zhou replied before turning around and walking towards the throne nearby. Bai Haoisen lay on the ground and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he gritted his teeth and said, "You are the owner of the Tianxia map, but you are used by heaven. We cultivators are ashamed." Seeing his sorrowful and angry expression, Zhou Xuanji did not feel any sympathy and instead wanted to laugh. "With your strength, killing him would be as easy as flipping your hand, but you pretended that you could not defeat him. What are your intentions? Don't you want to become Tian?" Xianyuan Zhou sat on the throne and asked as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, Bai Haoisen loudly cursed, "What's so good about being Tian? Only an idiot would be Tian. Abandon your emotions and desires and become a puppet of the heavenly law, never being able to transcend. Don't try to scam my little friend Xuanji." In order to survive, he could only think of a way to rope Zhou Xuanji in. Abandon my emotions and desires? Zhou Xuanji frowned and looked at Xianyuan Zhou. This fellow indeed looked cold and emotionless. If you want to become the enforcer of the heavenly law, you naturally have to abandon your mortal emotions, or else how can you be fair and just? If you don't want to become Tian, you can only die. Xianyuan Zhou did not try to explain and directly threatened him. Bai Haoisen could not stand it anymore and cursed out, "Shameless! You're not worthy of being Tian, bullying my little friend like this. Give my little friend 100 years and I'll definitely kill you." Boom! Bai Haoisen was slammed against the palace wall by a formless energy, and he almost fainted. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Can you be a loyal and affectionate Tian?" "No. Heartless. Are you even human? You want to be heaven, not a human. Can I beg you to be a human?" Facing Xianyuan Zhou's powerful attack, Zhou Xuanji took out all of his legendary swords and prepared to fight. If he had to abandon his emotions in order to become the price of heaven, then he wouldn't mind it. "You want to rebel against heaven? Do you know what will happen to you?" Xianyuan Zhou said coldly with killing intent in his eyes. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was just an ant. If not for his incredible talent, he would have died long ago. Zhou Xuanji let go of the ancient god's sword in his right hand, allowing it to float in front of him. Then, a crystal broadsword appeared in his hand. Heavenly punishment, martial punishment. He stared at Xianyuan Zhou and smiled disdainfully. "So what if you're Tian? In my eyes, you're just a worm without freedom. You're even inferior to a mortal. I, your father, have tolerated you for a long time." Chapter 299. Bug? Xianyuan Zhou slowly got up, the killing intent in his eyes becoming even denser. Since he could not use Zhou Xuanji, he would kill him. That's it. Little friend Xuanji, destroy him. Bai Haoisen furiously yelled as he clutched his chest. He also disliked Zhou Xuanji, but compared to Tian, Zhou Xuanji was not much of a threat. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. I'm very curious, what gives you the confidence to say such a thing? Xianyuan Zhou looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked softly, his gaze falling on heavenly retribution martial punishment. Could it be this sword? Zhou Xuanji gripped heavenly retribution martial punishment and a violet 8 trigrams appeared on his forehead, causing his entire being to become devilish. Traces of intense blue flames flowed along his right arm and wrapped around his body. A terrifying aura exploded out from his body, causing the entire heavenly palace to violently tremble. Bai Haoisen's eyes widened, a look of shock on his face. Xianyuan Zhou tightly frowned and muttered, this power, with the intimidating spirit legendary sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji's confidence swelled. Who else but me? How arrogant. So what if it was the heavens? He would still kill him. My confidence? Because I don't believe in the heavens. Zhou Xuanji said as he proudly laughed. He almost yelled out that his fate was not up to the heavens. He stepped out with his right foot and slashed out with the sword. All of his muscles tensed up, and his body was like a bow, looking incredibly domineering. Sword chi swept out, and Xianyuan Zhou instinctively raised his arm to block. Boom! The sword chi swept past him, shattering the palace walls behind him. All of the palace pillars within the heavenly palace trembled. Xianyuan Zhou's sleeves exploded, and his gaze became serious as he said in a low voice, this sword is definitely not something from the mortal realm, how did you obtain it? Bai Haoisen was completely dumbfounded. Just then, when he had slashed out with that sword, his heart had jumped, as if he was facing the might of the heavens. What a terrifying sword strike. This is my most powerful legendary sword, Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment. It specializes in punishing scammers like you and merciless people like you. Zhou Xuanji coldly harumphed as he blasted out. Hearing this, Bai Haoisen felt a surge of emotions. He liked Zhou Xuanji's attitude. Traces of heavenly lightning wrapped around Zhou Xuanji's body, making him look like a god of thunder, incredibly domineering. He directly used 10,000 ultimate steps and appeared behind Xianyuan Zhou. Pucci, blood spurted out of Xianyuan Zhou's chest, and his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed inwardly, so fast. He understood that he could no longer hold back. He turned and struck out with his palm, and Zhou Xuanji blocked it with his sword. Rumble, the two powerful forces clashed together, shaking the heavenly palace. The wind forced Bai Haoisen against the wall, unable to move. He looked at the two of them in horror, feeling as though his body would explode at any moment. Damn it! If he was at his peak, how could he allow them to be so arrogant? Xianyuan Zhou's body shone with a powerful light. A beam of light broke through the roof and shone on his body, causing his aura to soar. The might of heaven is vast and mighty. Do you think you can resist the might of heaven just because you have a divine sword? What right do mortals have to fight against the heavens? Xianyuan Tian said in a low voice. He raised his right hand and a powerful light shined out of his palm, turning into a sword of light. The tip of the sword stretched out and pierced through the wall of wind in front of him, wanting to pierce through Zhou Xuanji's throat. The thousand-hand sword Buddha came out of Zhou Xuanji's body and devoured him in an instant. 1,000 golden arms grew out of its back, each holding a sword, and furiously slashed out. Dang! The thousand-hand sword Buddha's arms were all repelled. Zhou Xuanji threw out heavenly retribution martial punishment with his right hand. Ranged sword propelling. Pucci, Xianyuan Zhou's chest was directly pierced through, and his entire body froze. Bai Hao Yisan once again stared with wide eyes, unable to believe his eyes. Could this boy really defeat the heavens? Heavens, please bestow upon me divine power to sweep away demons. Xianyuan Zhou roared as another beam of light descended, shining on his body, causing his aura to once again explosively rise. Numerous clones shining with powerful light surrounded Zhou Xuanji. Now, Zhou Xuanji could finally sense Xianyuan Zhou's spirit energy. It was incredibly dazzling. He was even more powerful than the injured Jihuang demon lord, Lu Tiange, and Han Daozi. In fact, he even felt an intense sense of danger. He was now holding the intimidating spirit legendary sword, but he still felt a sense of danger. What did this mean? He did not dare to let down his guard and directly unleashed the Sealing Dream Sword formation. Legendary swords lined up in front of him, pointing at Xianyuan Zhou. In less than 2 breaths of time, the sword formation was completed. Holding Heavenly Retribution martial punishment, he stabbed out. All of the legendary swords gave off sword chi, which turned into a hexagram of light and shot forward. They hit Xianyuan Zhou's body in an instant, making him unable to move. Heavens, please bestow upon me glory, unhindered by evil energy. Xianyuan Zhou cried out again. Another beam of light descended, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack. The powerful aura made Bai Hao Yisan quickly crawl toward the heavenly palace's gates. His spirit energy was sealed by Xianyuan Zhou, and he was heavily injured, so he could only crawl. Boom! Xianyuan Zhou suddenly broke free from the Sealing Dream Sword formation and came before the 1,000-hand sword Buddha with a single step. He slammed his palm into Zhou Xuanji's chest. So fast. This was the only word in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Next, he felt as if his organs were on fire, and the world spun around him. He crashed through the heavenly palace's walls and fell down. Xianyuan Zhou was also pushed back by the impact, and he almost flew out of the heavenly palace's gates. He mumbled to himself, "World reincarnation is really powerful. Created by a divine lord, no wonder it could reign supreme for countless years." At the same time, Zhou Xuanji steadied himself. He was high up in the sky. Above him was a dark starry sky, mysterious and beautiful. Below him was a sea of clouds, and he could not see the ground. He was shocked in his heart. If he fell like this, would he shatter into pieces? He looked up and saw a stone palace levitating 10,000 meters above him. From the outside, it looked simple and ordinary, not as luxurious as the inside. Under his gaze, Xianyuan Zhou walked out from the gates and looked down at him from the stairs. "Zhou Xuanji, I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and submit to me, and become the next Tian, and I will let you live." Xianyuan Zhou stared at Zhou Xuanji and said coldly. In this era, there were not many good seedlings who could become Tian. Let alone a genius like Zhou Xuanji. I'll say it again. I don't believe in heaven. Zhou Xuanji was disgusted by Xianyuan Zhou's tone. He spoke as if he was going to die for sure. Zhou Xuanji activated the other legendary swords and activated the Hades god-slaying formation. At the same time, he transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and charged toward Xianyuan Zhou with a roar. Xianyuan Zhou waved his right hand, and a silver saber appeared in his hand. "Since you insist on going about things the wrong way, then die." Just as he spoke, the 5-clawed golden dragon arrived below the heavenly palace. The 5-clawed golden dragon was 3,000 meters long and looked incredibly domineering, as if the ancestral dragon had appeared. Martial punishment power. Zhou Xuanji furiously roared. Following this, a layer of blue flames covered the 5-clawed golden dragon, and his speed increased drastically. Xianyuan Zhou slashed out with his saber. In the next second, he was devoured by the 5-clawed golden dragon, and half of the heavenly palace was taken away. Bai Hao Yisan also fell down from the sky. Little friend Xuanji. Save me. He cried out in despair and quickly disappeared into the sea of clouds. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 300. The five-clawed golden dragon charged up but was stopped by a formless barrier. Zhou Xuanji deactivated the five-clawed golden dragon form. With heavenly retribution martial punishment in his hand, he penetrated Xianyuan Zhou's chest and pinned him to the formless barrier. Their eyes met, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. This power. Heavenly retribution martial punishment? This sword is a sect treasure even in the upper realm. Where did you get it? Could it be from the Tianxia map? Xianyuan Zhou asked with a frown, as though he could not feel the pain. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. Even this could not kill him. He jerked his right hand and activated the six-path sword shadow before slashing with the sky-dominating divine sword. 5 streams of sword qi collided with Xianyuan Zhou with tremendous momentum. But no damage was done. Xianyuan Zhou was protected by the divine radiance. Other than the heavenly retribution martial punishment on his chest, no other legendary swords or moves could hurt him. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to continue, a formless energy burst out and sent him flying away. Absolute power. Power that surpassed mortals. Even with the power of martial punishment, Zhou Xuanji felt that his body was about to explode. So powerful. If not for heavenly retribution martial punishment, he would have been killed instantly. I'll let you taste the power of heaven. Xianyuan Zhou said coldly as he looked down at Zhou Xuanji from above. Next, countless beams of light shot out from his body and shot toward Zhou Xuanji like a storm. They were so fast that they surpassed the speed of wind and lightning. Zhou Xuanji quickly swung his sword and deflected the beams of light. At the same time, the Hades god-slaying formation was formed. A massive black hole appeared. Deafening roars came from within, making everyone panic. Xianyuan Zhou looked over and recognized this formation. Hades god-slaying formation. I didn't expect you to learn this formation. He said with a deep frown. It was his first time seeing someone who could set up the Hades god-slaying formation alone. A massive skeletal hand reached out from the black hole. Zhou Xuanji glanced at it with his peripheral vision and felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. I hope it's a powerful helper. Soon, a flaming skeleton that was hundreds of meters tall climbed out. Its body was like a human's. Flames wrapped around its body like a layer of armor. There were 2 balls of green flames in its eyes, just like its pupils. It was eerie and frightening as it locked its gaze on Xianyuan Zhou. There was a loud bang. Flaming bones charged directly at Xianyuan Zhou at an extremely fast speed, stirring up gusts of hot wind. Xianyuan Zhou's eyes narrowed, and an arrow-like beam of light shot out, scattering the flames and bones. Countless bone fragments floated in the air like white flowers. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He was killed instantly just like that? Damn it! He looked so impressive when he made his entrance just now. Who would have thought that he was only good for show but useless? Enraged, he used the Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha again. It was 600 meters tall, and its 1,000 hands held the sword as it slashed towards Xianyuan Zhou. Facing the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's torrential attacks, Xianyuan Zhou was quickly suppressed because his attacks were directly reflected by world reincarnation. This was equivalent to him and Zhou Xuanji's combined attacks, and he had no choice but to dodge. Such powerful strength. This kid didn't use his full strength just now. Xianyuan Zhou was inwardly shocked, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. This kid must die. He raised his hands, and lightning intertwined in his palms, exuding an imposing aura. Heavenly thunder. With heavenly lightning in his hand, he rushed towards Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, The thunderclap sword entered the thousand-hand sword Buddha's body suddenly. Next, the 1,000 giant golden swords in the thousand-hand sword Buddha's hands transformed into thunderclap swords. Heavenly lightning coiled around the blades as they slashed toward Xianyuan Zhou. How can it be? Xianyuan Zhou opened his eyes wide. Although he saw Zhou Xuanji use heavenly lightning, it was not much. Looking at it again, this thunderclap sword Buddha's domineering aura was not inferior to his at all. Zhou Xuanji did not care about his shock and continued to attack wildly. The Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha demonstrated its domineering aura. Its strength could topple mountains and rivers, and its qi could pierce through the sky. No matter how skillful Xianyuan Zhou was, he was beaten into a sorry state. Xianyuan Zhou, you are still far from Tian. Zhou Xuanji mocked with a cold smile, but he was a little puzzled in his heart. Why did the World Fool sword not work on Xianyuan Zhou? Could it be that this guy had really forsaken his emotions? Xianyuan Zhou did not reply but looked for an opening calmly. The Tianxia map provided Zhou Xuanji with endless spirit energy, which allowed him to unleash his full power without reservation. The golden radiance on his body grew more dazzling. At the same time, many humans and demons in the northern wilderness region discovered that another sun had appeared in the sky. The golden radiance shone brightly and seemed to be moving slightly. What's that? Why is there a second sun? It's an ominous sign. Senior, can you go up and take a look? I tried to fly up just now, but I sensed an extremely powerful might. If I get any closer, I will die. What's going on? There wasn't any before. All sorts of shocked voices sounded out on the ground. Zhou Xuanji did not know what was happening below. He only had eyes for Xianyuan Zhou. He must kill this guy today. Or else he would die. The Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha raised all of its giant swords. The 1,000 swords merged into one, forming a horrifying legendary sword that was thousands of meters long and slashed out furiously. Xianyuan Zhou could not dodge in time and was slashed by the sword. Boom! A world-shaking explosion sounded out. A powerful radiance burst out, and Zhou Xuanji felt as if the world had lost its color. This slash contained his full power and was extremely domineering. Even if he was facing Jihuang Demon Lord, he was confident that he could kill him instantly with one slash. On the ground below, countless humans and demons were in an uproar. From their point of view, the second sun seemed to have exploded. At Skyfall, Jiang Shui, Daoya Old Man, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were worried about Zhou Xuanji. Look! Meng Tianlang suddenly pointed in a direction and cried out, which attracted everyone's attention. There was a ball of golden radiance in the sky. It was extremely far away and looked like the sun at first glance. What's that? Daoya Old Man divined instinctively, but he vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. On the other side, in the forest, Xian Xianghua walked slowly. Suddenly, she leaped up into the air and looked up. She squinted her eyes and mumbled, "Who's fighting that, this aura?" She was shocked in her heart. Could it be Yang Di? Then who was the other person? When did such a powerful being appear in the northern wilderness region? Could it be the revival of an ancient powerhouse? The Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha stopped. Zhou Xuanji was within its body and panted continuously. That slash just now had exhausted him. If not for the Tianxia map replenishing his spirit energy, he might have fallen straight down and shattered into pieces. His eyes were fixed on the front. The clouds and smoke dissipated, and Xianyuan Zhou's silhouette appeared slowly. Lightning flashed around him vaguely. Xianyuan Zhou was covered in blood, and his white ribs were exposed. He looked miserable and horrifying, like a malicious ghost that crawled out from hell. His breathing was weak, and he was also panting continuously. Zhou Xuanji. You are powerful indeed. You already have the power to fight against a third tribulation scattered immortal. He spoke in a stutter, as though he was at the end of his rope. But, heaven, please bestow me faith and fear no evil demons. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 301. Hearing Xianyuan Zhou's words, Zhou Xuanji's expression slightly changed. Not good. Just as he was about to make a move, a beam of light descended from the sky and shone on his body. Immediately, his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. This guy was cheating. If this went on, how were they supposed to fight? If he kept asking for help from the heavens, wouldn't he be unkillable? Without hesitation, he swung his sword again. Although this sword was not as domineering as before, it was not far off. Dang! A metallic sound came, and Zhou Xuanji's expression froze. Xianyuan Zhou raised his right hand and blocked the sword with his palm. How is this possible? Zhou Xuanji was greatly shocked. Damn, could it be any more ridiculous? Xianyuan Zhou's expression became incredibly cold, and his gaze pierced through the thousand-hand sword Buddha as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. He said coldly, Zhou Xuanji, you are very powerful, and your talent is not inferior to the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. You indeed have the right to be called the Sword Emperor of the present age. However, you are facing the heavens that created all things. You are not a match for me. Just pray that you don't have the Emperor's chi in your next life. Otherwise, you will repeat the same mistake. After that, he slammed the golden legendary sword into the thousand-hand sword Buddha and shattered it. The shockwave from his palm slammed into the thousand-hand sword Buddha and dispersed it immediately. Zhou Xuanji flew back and vomited blood. His body spun and fell to the ground. Xianyuan Zhou grabbed at the air with his right hand, stopping Zhou Xuanji. This sudden stop made Zhou Xuanji feel as if the world was spinning. His internal organs felt as if they were twisted into a ball, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Xianyuan Zhou's gaze became colder and sharper, and a blade of light appeared in front of him, preparing to end Zhou Xuanji's life. At this moment, a figure appeared behind him out of nowhere. It was the heartless Great Emperor, Baihaoisan. His expression was extremely cold, and a diagram of a dragon and phoenix intertwining appeared on his forehead. His right hand shot out like lightning, piercing through Xianyuan Zhou's chest. In an instant, Xianyuan Zhou's body stiffened. Heartless, Xianyuan Zhou's expression changed as he said in a trembling voice. Zhou Xuanji lost his restraints and fell straight down. Blood leaked out of Baihaoisan's mouth as he coldly laughed and said, compared to the past Tian, you're too weak, and you still want to kill this emperor? Die. Blue light suddenly burst forth from their bodies. Streaks of light appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around Xianyuan Zhou. Zhou Xuanji, who was falling, opened his eyes wide. This guy didn't die from the fall? He did not stop and continued to descend. It would be best if Xianyuan Zhou and Baihaoisan perished together. Emperor Heartless, you are indeed talented. Sadly, you are now a reincarnated body. Xianyuan Zhou did not panic and said coldly. Since that's the case, then let's die together. The heavens will revive me, but you won't even have the chance to reincarnate. Hearing this, Baihaoisan's expression changed. Before he could say anything, Xianyuan Zhou detonated himself. Bang! Zhou Xuanji, who was on the ground, felt a massive force descending from the sky. His robe was torn to shreds, and he coughed up blood again. The speed of his descent increased drastically. Damn, Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart and looked a little terrified. He felt that his bones and tendons were broken, and he had no strength to stabilize himself. If he were to fall like this, he would definitely die a horrible death. At the same time, the northern wilderness region was in an uproar. Looking up from the ground, the second sun first disappeared and then exploded. The scene was rather shocking. Exploded? What the hell happened? Be careful, there might be a natural disaster later. It's a sign of a great calamity. I have an uneasy feeling too. The people discussed among themselves, and rumors were born. East of the northern wilderness region, in a small village by the coast. The villagers knelt before a stone platform with devout expressions and fervent eyes. On the stone platform, there was an old priest. His face was covered in colorful paint, and he was mumbling to himself as he danced a strange dance. Beside him, there were 3 white pigs and a cow, as well as many fruits. All the villagers were looking at the massive explosion in the sky. May the gods protect us. Please help us slay the demon and return peace to our village. The old priest waved his hands and chanted with his eyes closed. Look! Something is falling. A young man stood up and cried out excitedly as he pointed at the sky. Everyone looked over and saw that something was indeed falling. It was Zhou Xuanji. Seeing that he was about to fall, Zhou Xuanji's heart burned with anxiety. His speed was already at the limit, and if he fell like this, he would definitely die a horrible death. Even with golden invincibility, he could not withstand the horrifying pressure of falling from such a height. Numerous legendary swords flew below him and stacked on top of each other to slow him down. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and used his mind to control the 2 souls of the ancient god sword. Saber Monarch Donghai, Demon Lord Ryuan. The 2 souls appeared and pressed on his chest to slow him down. His speed began to decrease tremendously. Boom! Zhou Xuanji and the legendary swords crashed into a thatched hut, sweeping up a cloud of dust and causing the ground to shake. The instant he landed, Zhou Xuanji quickly stored the legendary swords into the supreme storage. After that, he fainted on the spot. Up in the sky, a silhouette appeared out of nowhere. It was Yang Di. Looking at the floating rocks in front of him, he frowned slightly. Because of Xianyuan Zhou's self-explosion, the heavenly palace was shattered, and his and Bai Haoisen's corpses were nowhere to be seen. Such a powerful battle aura. There's someone like this hiding in the northern wilderness region? No, could it be Tian? Yang Di mumbled to himself with curiosity on his face. He was not afraid of the mysterious powerful cultivator. Instead, he was a little excited. He had been invincible for 3,000 years and lonely for 3,000 years. With a smile, he turned and left. About an hour after he left, a pillar of light descended. Next, Xianyuan Zhou walked out with a pale face. Great Emperor Heartless, Xianyuan Zhou mumbled to himself. A tinge of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Today's battle had almost killed him. It also made him realize that he should not underestimate those invincible great emperors who had once dominated an era. He took a deep breath and sat down in the sky. He began to regulate his aura. Although he had been reborn, it would take him a long time to recover to his peak. Sometime later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes slowly. A young face came into his vision. The face was red, and a stream of crystal-clear liquid flowed from his nose. It was very long and was about to drip into his mouth. This is, Zhou Xuanji thought in confusion. Mucus? What the? Ah, Zhou Xuanji immediately turned his head in fear. He wanted to get up, but his body was in excruciating pain. He could not move at all and could only move his neck. The little boy sniffed and sucked the mucus into his nose. The immortal is awake. He got up in joy and cried out. He hopped out of the wooden hut, leaving Zhou Xuanji to lie on the bed and doubt his life. Memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave. A while later, he came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. I almost died. Fortunately, Bai Haoisen had a trump card up his sleeve. Sword Spirit, how long have I been lying here? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. He could sense that most of his broken bones had recovered, but he still needed to rest for a while. A little more than a month. The sword owner is already 37 years old. Oh. What did I get? Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 302. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 37 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained, Amethyst, Flowing Color-Piercing Sword, Heavenly Soul, Cold Abyss Spirit Harvester Sword, Universal Attraction. The sword spirit's voice sounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, repeating to him what he had gained when he was 37 years old. 2 divine swords. One of them was a Heavenly Soul divine sword. Apart from that, he also obtained a sword art manual, which was quite generous. Zhou Xuanji's mood improved. Next, 6 lines of small words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Flowing Heart-Piercing Sword Grade, Amethyst Description, a sword made from a 10,000-year-old flowing color stone. Once pierced by an enemy, the flowing color poison will invade the enemy's heart and corrode their cultivation. Sword name, Cold Abyss Spirit Harvester Level, Heavenly Soul, Description, gathers the spiritual chi of the world and can freeze anything, turning it into a world of ice. This sword is extremely powerful, so use it cautiously. The description of the 2 swords seemed to be very powerful and could increase his strength. As for the primal restoration, he did not inherit it. Instead, he pulled out the Holy Light Redemption Sword and pierced it into his chest while the blade stood upright in the air. At this moment, a group of villagers rushed in, and when they saw Zhou Xuanji stabbed by the Holy Light Redemption Sword, they immediately panicked. Immortal. Someone tried to assassinate an immortal. Be careful, there are enemies. Who did it? The villagers were enraged and were about to help Zhou Xuanji draw the sword. He was so frightened that he hurriedly shouted, "Don't move. This sword is my magic tool." As soon as he said that, the villagers were stunned and stopped what they were doing. Magic item? Someone's expression changed immediately. Zhou Xuanji did not panic. If anyone dared to act recklessly, he could use his will to control his sword and kill them. However, he found that his storage ring was still there, which meant that the villagers had no ill intentions. An old man with a walking stick walked shakily to the side of the bed. He tried his best to open his murky eyes wide and said, "Immortal, please help our village eliminate the demon. If you don't help, our village will be eaten by the demon." Zhou Xuanji agreed immediately, "Let me rest for a few days, and I will help you eliminate the demon." If not for these villagers, he might have already been eaten by demons. He could agree to such a small matter. He didn't ask how powerful the monster was. He looked down on all the demons in the world. Hearing Zhou Xuanji's promise, the villagers were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude. After that, the group of people tactfully left. Zhou Xuanji lay on the bed and continued to recuperate. He thought about Jiang Shui and wondered how she was doing. She must still be thinking about him. However, with Daoya old man around, he believed that no one would do anything rash. After thinking about it, he closed his eyes and let the sword spirit pass on the myriad returnants. A large amount of memories forcefully drilled into his mind. After a while, he fused the memories of universal attraction. The universal attraction was indeed a sword technique, but it was not an offensive sword technique. However, its destructive power was not inferior to that of the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. It could absorb all objects and living beings around it and draw closer to the sword master. If one were to stand in front of a city wall, they would be able to directly destroy it. If it was on the battlefield, it could suck all the enemy soldiers in front of it, incomparably domineering. At the same time, this sword technique was controlled by the sword master's spiritual power. In other words, he could select the target of absorption. As for the range of the universal attraction, it depended on the sword master's cultivation. As long as he was strong enough, he could even suck in the sun in the sky. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes, and surprise flashed in his eyes. Such a domineering sword technique. If he used the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha and Universal Attraction at the same time, he would be invincible. Even if he did not use the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, he could still crush everything with World Reincarnation and Universal Attraction. Zhou Xuanji's breathing hastened. He knew that his power was going to increase again. However, when he thought about Xianyuan Zhou's power of heaven, his burning heart cooled down again. Universal attraction alone could not defeat Xianyuan Zhou. The most important thing was still his own cultivation. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He had a feeling that Xianyuan Zhou would not die just like that. What was the saying, evil lives for 1,000 years? He stopped thinking about it and focused on recuperating. At Skyfall, Jiang Shui found Daoya old man and asked with gritted teeth, "Are we really going to wait?" A month passed. Zhou Xuanji had not returned, and there was no news from him. She was worried every day and could not focus on cultivation. Trust him. Moreover, we can't find him. What if something happens to you when he returns? Daoya old man comforted her. He did not have much confidence in himself. His opponent was Tian after all. Jiang Shui left with her head lowered. Her hands were tightly clenched in her sleeves. If Xian Xianghua were here, Daoya old man would not stop her. He did not trust Zhou Xuanji completely, but he had no other choice. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. She felt aggrieved and terrified. If something happened to Zhou Xuanji, what was the point of her remaining in this world? Halfway up the mountain, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and Meng Tianlang were teaching the second-generation disciples. Meng Tianlang walked to Xiao Jinghong's side and asked softly, "Why is Master not back yet? Did something happen to him?" During this period of time, he learned about how terrifying Tian was from Ning Zifeng. He had a bad premonition. No matter how powerful Zhou Xuanji was, could he fight against heaven? He will come back. Xiao Jinghong replied calmly as he wiped his sword. He was not worried about Zhou Xuanji at all. Meng Tianlang was stunned. He wanted to say something but stopped. Thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji came this far not because of good luck but because he overcame all obstacles and killed powerful cultivators. He had encountered such a situation before. The moon set and the sun rose. After a day of treatment, Zhou Xuanji could already get off his bed and walk. The spirit energy in his body began to recover, helping him to heal his tendons, inner pellet, astral infant, and dantian. If this continued, he would be able to recover to his peak in less than half a month. Other cultivators had to train their spirit energy again after they were severely injured. But he did not need to. The Tianxia map had already stored a massive amount of spirit energy. This morning, a teenager, who was a little over 10 years old, sneaked into the wooden hut carefully. He had a tiger-looking face and slightly tanned skin. His eyes were filled with cunning. He walked to the bed softly and saw that Zhou Xuanji was still sleeping. He rolled his eyes and knelt down straightaway, kowtowing to Zhou Xuanji. "Celestial teacher, can you take me as your disciple? I want to protect my village." His voice was sonorous and full of determination. Zhou Xuanji did not answer him but pretended to be asleep. The teenager did not get up but continued to kneel. Time passed, second by second. Until noon. The teenager knelt until his legs were numb. His body trembled slightly and looked like he would fall any time. Zhou Xuanji got up and said unpleasantly, "You are so weak. How can you take me as your teacher?" The teenager looked up in fear. His face was filled with fear and trepidation. Zhou Xuanji did not look at him but at the sky outside the window. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the demonic qi soared into the sky. Interesting. So it's him. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself with a playful look on his face. The teenager looked back and saw the demonic clouds outside the window. He was frightened out of his wits. That evil demon is here again. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 303. On top of the mountain. Zhuang Huisheng sat on a throne with 4 transformed demons standing beside him. His face was cold and stern, and there was a murderous aura between his brows. He was the son of demon monarch Gulan. Back then, when Zhou Xuanji was collecting Northern Valiant Sword, he happened to encounter him entering the kingdom to capture Princess Xuanya. Zhou Xuanji relied on defeating him to become famous across Great Zhou. At the foot of the mountain was a mountain village. Looking in the direction of the village, one could see the boundless blue ocean. At this moment, the villagers gathered and knelt in front of the hill, looking up at Zhuang Huisheng. Your Majesty, there aren't many virgin boys and girls left in the village. Why don't we use other things to exchange? The old village chief asked cautiously, his face full of fear. He prayed in his heart for the immortal master to act quickly. Zhou Xuanji was still recuperating, so he did not dare to expose himself. Otherwise, if Zhou Xuanji died, their village would be razed to the ground. Zhuang Huisheng looked down at him and coldly said, "Isn't it merciful to let you have a pair of virgin boys and girls in half a year? If it were any other demon monarch, all of you would have been eaten." Bang! A bolt of lightning struck down from the dark clouds and landed behind Zhuang Huisheng. The lightning flashed, causing his face to flicker between light and dark, making him look even more terrifying. I'll count to 10. If you don't hand over a young boy and girl under the age of 6, you can forget about living today. Zhuang Huisheng said coldly, his tone impatient. If it weren't for the fact that there were few people along the coast, he would have massacred this village long ago. Yo, the demon emperor's son has quite the temper. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's laughter came, and everyone turned to look. Zhuang Huisheng was stunned. Zhou Xuanji walked out of a wooden house with the swarthy young man. He was wearing a new set of white clothes and held the Holy Light Redemption sword in a reverse grip. The blade of the sword cut his arm and stuck to it. It's you. Zhuang Huisheng was so frightened that his face turned pale. He immediately got up and prepared to escape. Stop! Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly, which frightened Zhuang Huisheng so much that he did not dare to move, as though he was struck by lightning. He was trembling with fear. The other 4 demons became afraid as well. Although they did not recognize Zhou Xuanji, to be able to scare Zhuang Huisheng to such an extent, he must have a powerful background. The villagers were all dumbfounded. The moment the immortal master appeared, this evil demon was scared witless. Come down, Zhou Xuanji said coldly. Zhuang Huisheng turned around stiffly and flew down the mountain, trembling. He walked up to Zhou Xuanji and lowered his head, not daring to look into his eyes. Once, he hated Zhou Xuanji to the core. But ever since Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Drake King, Jihuang Demon Lord, and Nether Ghost, he did not dare to be jealous anymore. He was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would think of such a powerful cultivator again. Otherwise, even his father, Demon Monarch Gulan, would not be able to stop him. Have you fallen so low that you have to eat virgin boys and girls? Zhou Xuanji patted Zhuang Huisheng's face and asked with a smile. But his laughter was filled with murderous intent, which made everyone feel as though they were in a cold cellar. Zhuang Huisheng was so frightened that he fell to his knees. His face was covered in cold sweat as he gritted his teeth and said, "Sword Emperor. I didn't want to eat it. I had no choice, Sword Emperor." The villagers were shocked. They did not know much about the northern wilderness region as they were isolated from the rest of the world, so they could only feel shocked. Zhuang Huisheng, who was undefeatable in their eyes, was less than a dog before Zhou Xuanji. The dark-skinned youth clenched his fists and trembled with excitement. How domineering! He had to acknowledge him as his master. Oh? Tell me about it. Zhou Xuanji asked. He was not in a hurry to kill Zhuang Huisheng. This guy's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of 5th rank. Compared to before, he had great improvements. But in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, he was just an ant that he could kill easily. Even though he had not recovered from his injuries, he could still kill him easily. In order to survive, Zhuang Huisheng told the truth. Ever since the demons were defeated, demon monarch Gulan had to retreat with his subordinates. They were too close to Great Zhou, and Great Zhou had produced another second in the world. How could they not be afraid? In order to cultivate peacefully, they traveled through mountains and rivers. All the prosperous lands of the demons were occupied by powerful demons. After much difficulty, they finally came to the eastern coastal area. But there was a 9th-rank great demon here who was extremely horrifying. He forced them to collect virgin boys and girls, or else they would either get lost or die. That demon seemed to have obtained some treasure and needed pure yang and yin blood to nurture it. Zhuang Huisheng mumbled. Toward the end, his voice became softer and softer, as though he was afraid. Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant. He wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. You want me to kill him for you? Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. Zhuang Huisheng did not dare to reply. After that, he asked Zhuang Huisheng to lead the way. If he killed Zhuang Huisheng and the 9th-rank great demon today, there would be other demons to bully this village in the future. He already had a plan in mind. Zhuang Huisheng was pleasantly surprised and immediately led the way. Looking at their backs, the villagers were in an uproar. Celestial Teacher is so powerful. What Celestial Teacher? He's the Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor? Such a majestic name. Isn't he the most powerful person in the world? Of course. He fell from such a high place and did not shatter into pieces. We are finally saved. The villagers discussed excitedly, and some of them hugged each other and cried bitterly. Those who cried were those who lost their children. The tanned young man looked up and did not come to his senses for a long time. They flew along the way. Standing on Zhuang Huisheng's demon cloud, Zhou Xuanji listened to Zhuang Huisheng's introduction quietly. The 9th-rank great demon was called Tiger Monarch Fudi. He had been hiding among the demons. After the demons were defeated, he had to retreat to the seaside. Only by staying as far away from the humans as possible could he feel safe. Demon Monarch Gulan had already submitted to Tiger Monarch Fudi. After passing through a forest, they came to a mountain that was thousands of meters tall. The mountain looked like two mountains that were pieced together. There was a depression in the middle, and there were many caves and valleys. Many demon beasts circled in the air, and many shape-shifted great demons were cultivating in the forest. Demonic chi gathered together, and it was hard to see the sun in this area. Later, I will pretend, Zhuang Huisheng whispered to Zhou Xuanji and was about to tell him his plan. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes, and the thunderclap sword appeared above his head. With a loud whoosh, it slashed toward Zhuang Huisheng's words. The thunderclap sword penetrated into the mountain like a bolt of lightning. Dust exploded, and countless rocks flew up. All the demons in the mountain were alarmed. All sorts of cries resounded. Enemy attack. What happened? Everyone, be careful. Prepare for battle. Who is it? Over there. Countless demons dashed out from the forest toward Zhou Xuanji. Numerous legendary swords appeared out of thin air and slashed toward the demons with extreme speed. Their throats were slit, and their blood splattered across the sky. Their corpses fell to the ground. Zhuang Huisheng stood beside Zhou Xuanji, and his heart was pounding. He knew what the second in the world meant, but only after witnessing it with his own eyes did he feel awe. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji with the corner of his eyes. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji's expression was indifferent, he was shocked. I'm afraid that he alone can turn the entire demon race upside down. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 304. Tiger Emperor Fu Di, right? Hurry up and come out. Zhou Xuanji ignored Zhuang Huisheng's gaze and shouted. His voice resounded through the clouds and shook the forest, scaring the other demons that rushed over to stop. Looking at the dozens of divine swords wreaking havoc in the air, they were scared out of their wits. So many swords, could he be the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? What? Impossible. Why is Zhou Xuanji here? It's over. The Sword Emperor is here. Quickly run. Even Ji Zun died in his hands, we can't resist. So many swords. Apart from the Sword Emperor, who else has such capability? The demons cried out in shock. All of them were terrified and continuously retreated, not daring to get close to Zhou Xuanji. Within the demon race, Zhou Xuanji's intimidation was definitely the greatest, and he could not even compare to Yang Di. The top 10 monsters of the northern wilderness top 100 were all killed by him. It could even be said that Zhou Xuanji had single-handedly destroyed the demon race's top-tier battle power. Zhuang Huisheng broke out in a cold sweat. Was this the tyranny of a Sword Emperor? The moment he opened his mouth, it was enough to make him tremble in fear. Roar! A tiger's roar exploded, shaking the clouds. Immediately after, a gust of demonic wind flew out from the mountain stream on the mountain peak. When the demonic wind dissipated, a man with a tiger head and a human body could be seen. His body was tall and sturdy, and his tiger fur was black, so his tiger head looked extremely baleful. It was the Fu Di Tiger Emperor. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously but did not dare to say anything. He gritted his teeth and asked, Zhou Xuanji, what do you want? I didn't offend you. Zhou Xuanji looked at Tiger Monarch Fu Di indifferently and said, that mountain village saved my life. You captured so many young boys and girls, it's time for you to pay with your life. After saying that, all the divine swords shot towards the Fu Di Tiger Monarch. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! Each of the divine swords had a dragon-shaped sword chi entwined around them, giving off a majestic aura. The Fu Di Tiger Monarch was so startled that he took out his twin axes and hurriedly dodged. Zhou Xuanji's hands hung by their sides, his right hand still gripping the Holy Light Redemption Sword as he coldly watched the battle. Now, 9th stage great demons were nothing in his eyes. Even though he was heavily injured and had yet to fully recover, he was still confident that he could kill him. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was able to make Tiger Monarch Fu Di so helpless without even helping, all the demons were in an uproar. Too powerful, Zhuang Huisheng swallowed his saliva and began to plan. How could he bury the hatchet with Zhou Xuanji? He thought of the mountain village and suddenly had an idea. In the distance, a green-robed man stood in the forest, followed by dozens of great demons. He was Zhuang Huisheng's father, Demon Monarch Gulan. In his human form, he had a scholarly temperament. It was difficult for mortals to tell that he was a demon. He stared at Zhou Xuanji, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. So powerful, he was quite confused. Zhou Xuanji had cultivated for less than 40 years, so how could he be so powerful? Tianxia map? Talent? Even so, this was too much of a blow. His thoughts were the same as Zhuang Huisheng's. They began to plot to eliminate the hatred between him and Zhou Xuanji. At that moment, the ancient god sword released the souls of two powerful beings. Saber Monarch Donghai. Demon Lord Ryuan. The two great cultivators simultaneously struck out with their palms, striking Tiger Monarch Fu Di's chest. Puff! The Fu Di Tiger Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the forest. The Cold Abyss Spirit Gatherer sword rotated at high speed and descended from the sky, smashing into the ground. In an instant, a wave of cold air exploded, freezing the forest within 1,000 meters into a world of ice and snow. The powerful Tiger Monarch Fu Di was already frozen into an ice sculpture and could not move. He struggled with all his might to break out of the ice. At this moment, the colorful heart-piercing sword pierced through his chest. Ah! Tiger Monarch Fu Di cried out miserably, which made all the demons shudder in fear. Zhou Xuanji flew up to him and pressed his right hand on the layer of ice to absorb his demonic energy. Soon, Tiger Monarch Fu Di stopped screaming. Trapped in the ice, he stared at Zhou Xuanji with hatred. He wanted to tear Zhou Xuanji into pieces. Zhou Xuanji watched him die expressionlessly. After Tiger Monarch Fu Di's demonic energy was sucked dry, the surrounding ice dissipated. The forest became wet as though it had just experienced a heavy downpour. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and walked into the mountain where Tiger Monarch Fu Di lived. He wanted to see what kind of treasure it was. Zhuang Huisheng gritted his teeth and did not follow. Instead, he waited on the spot. Soon, his father, Demon Monarch Gulan, flew over. What happened? Demon Monarch Gulan said with a deep voice. Why did Zhuang Huisheng bring such a murderous god here? Zhuang Huisheng smiled bitterly and told him what happened. He was puzzled as well. Why did Zhou Xuanji appear in this area? At the same time, Zhou Xuanji flew into the mountain stream and quickly entered a cave. He scanned the entire mountain with his mind and found many young boys and girls. There were also countless human corpses. It was like hell on earth. Because of his arrival, the demons in the mountain had already escaped, so he was not in a hurry to save the children. Soon, he came to a cave that was glowing with a faint purple light. There was a flower that was as tall as a human near the cave wall. It was budding and swayed with the wind that passed through the cave. The flower was bright red and extremely beautiful. A faintly discernible aroma wafted in the cave. Zhou Xuanji immediately held his breath and stopped smelling the aroma. Looking down from the red flower, he could see many white bones. Judging from the size of the bones, they belonged to children. He walked up to the red flower and took out the wind-cutter sword, preparing to cut it down. At this moment, the red flower blossomed suddenly. Its petals turned into a bloody mouth and bit toward him. Zhou Xuanji activated Sword Qi Soar straightaway. Sword Qi emanated from his body and shredded the flower. He frowned slightly. Could this flower be the extraordinary treasure? He focused his eyes and noticed a fingernail-sized red pearl hovering near the red flower. It was as red as blood. Mortal, I advise you to leave this place and not disturb me. Or else, no matter how many tribulation-scattered immortals you are, I will extract your soul and refine it so that you will never be able to reincarnate. An eerie female voice came. The voice was a little hoarse, as though an old woman was speaking. Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes, "Tell me your name. You are so arrogant. Are you more powerful than heaven?" She did not even take great tribulation-scattered immortals seriously. Could it be that some ancient powerhouse was hiding here? Heaven? Humph, you are quite knowledgeable. If I was at my peak, even heaven would avoid me. This sovereign's name, if I say it out loud, you will be scared to death. My name is Old Mother Wan Yi. The eerie female voice came from the blood pearl again, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. Old Mother, he was dumbfounded. He had never heard of her before. He could not be bothered to deal with it. He directly activated world reincarnation, and a purple Taiji diagram appeared on his forehead. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed the blood bead. As expected, waves of spiritual power surged out from the blood bead and were repelled by world reincarnation. World reincarnation. How is this possible? Old Mother Wan cried out in terror as if she had met her mortal enemy. At this moment, a black silhouette emerged from the ground nearby. He was shrouded in darkness and could not be identified. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously and roared, "Let go of my mother." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji threw the blood bead over and cursed, "I'll throw your mother away, colon." Chapter 305. Zhou Xuanji's strength was so great that he tossed the blood bead with all his might. The blood bead turned into the sharpest arrow in the world and pierced through the black shadow. The arrow smashed into the cave wall and shook the entire cave. Then, he used the universal attraction to suck the blood bead back and held it in his hand. All of this happened in less than a breath's time. Neither Old Mother Wan nor the black shadow could react in time. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and sucked the black shadow over. No matter how the black shadow struggled, it couldn't break free. With world reincarnation, Zhou Xuanji was not afraid of sneak attacks at all. "Tell me, who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked coldly. This guy looked like a shadow, but he had a corporeal feeling, which was very strange. "I'm Old Mother's Ghost General Zhan Yang. I advise you not to act recklessly. Old Mother carries the destiny of the human race. If her soul is destroyed, the human race will collapse, and even be wiped out," the black shadow said through gritted teeth. His tone was filled with fear. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly, "Trying to scare me? How could an evil spirit like her, who only ate children, inherit the destiny of the human race? Did your mother only teach you to lie through your teeth?" Ghost General Zhan Yang was anxious when he heard that. He could sense Zhou Xuanji's murderous intent. Old Mother was the princess of the human race's first great fate empire, the daughter of Emperor Xia. She fell into the ghost path for the sake of the human race's providence. Without her, the human race would have long ceased to exist. So what if she ate some children? Come to think of it, I am your ancestor. Ghost General Zhan Yang said furiously, which made Zhou Xuanji's eyes turn cold. Why does that sound like a curse? But was that really Old Mother Wan's identity? He remembered that the first great fate dynasty of the human race was called the Great Xia. This was quite similar to the history of Wuxia. However, the historical background was completely different. The Xia kingdom was born in the era when the demon clan ruled the world. Emperor Xia was the first Renhuang, and it was said that he was also the strongest Renhuang. It was he who led the human clan to dominate the world, establishing the human clan as the overlord of the world. Long ago, the Xia emperor had ascended. If he was still alive, how terrifying would his cultivation be? Even the hegemon sword emperor could use his will to observe the northern wilderness region, let alone Emperor Xia. If he killed Old Mother Wan, wouldn't it be troublesome for him to ascend in the future? Moreover, if what Ghost General Zhan Yang said was true, killing Old Mother Wan would destroy the human race's fate. In the future, Zhou Xuanji might even overthrow the human race. Wait a minute. Why was he thinking so far ahead? Zhou Xuanji's gaze once again became resolute. He asked coldly, since her background is so important, why is she still in the demon race? Isn't she afraid that the demons will destroy her and then destroy the human race? Don't tell me you think that the most dangerous place is the safest place. The most dangerous place is the safest. The demon clan would never think that the matriarch would be hiding in the demon clan's territory. Ghost General Zhan Yang snorted, his tone revealing a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. Zhou Xuanji was silent. Realization dawned on him. No wonder Old Mother Wan had been hiding here for so long. How many years has Xia Kingdom existed? 100,000 years? I'm afraid it's not just that. History could not be completely calculated. It was only known that a long time ago, the first great fate dynasty of the human race was Great Xia. Brat, I can see that your bone age is young, and you have the Tianxia map. You are qualified to be the next human emperor. If you help me revive, I will use the name of Emperor Xia to promote you to the throne. By then, you will surpass the predecessors of tens of thousands of years ago and become the human emperor. As long as the human race is not destroyed, you will never die. Old Mother Wan Yi coldly harumphed. Her tone made Zhou Xuanji think of someone. Dragon-proud flower. The tone of the two old witches was just like that. Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, "You want to bewitch me? I've already used this trick when I took in sword slaves." After that, he absorbed the soul and the blood bead into the Tianxia map. He suddenly remembered that Huangquan Drake King's soul was still in the Tianxia map. He almost forgot. With a thought, he killed Huangquan Drake King straight away. A man and a woman were alone in the same place. Even though they were separated by the human and demon, Zhou Xuanji was still afraid that they would act recklessly. You killed the matriarch." Ghost General Zhanyang's body trembled. He was so furious that he was about to collapse. Zhou Xuanji said with contempt, "That's right. I killed her. What can you do?" This guy was quite interesting. He had a serious and humorous temperament. Ghost General Zhanyang was infuriated. "I will kill myself." He screamed and chose to self-destruct. Boom! Zhou Xuanji relied on world reincarnation and was unharmed, but the entire cave shook violently. He was speechless, but he did not waste any time. He disappeared on the spot to save the children. Ghost General Zhanyang had the cultivation of great realization. If his soul self-destructed, the entire mountain would collapse. Soon, Zhou Xuanji flew out of the mountain with dozens of children. Just when they flew out, the mountain collapsed. Dust billowed and covered the sky. Demon Monarch Gulan and Zhuang Huisheng were terrified. Zhou Xuanji had only gone in for a short while. How did he blow up the entire mountain? Zhou Xuanji flew over on his sword. The children behind him cried out loud in fear. Their cries were as loud as an army. He felt a headache as he listened. He stared at the Gulan demon monarch and his son and said, "The villages nearby are under the protection of the sword court, including the homes of our disciples. Do you know what to do if you want to dominate the forests nearby?" Demon monarch Gulan and Zhuang Huisheng heard him and were excited. "Don't worry, Sword Emperor. As long as we are alive, we will not let them suffer." Demon monarch Gulan patted his chest and promised. Zhuang Huisheng nodded as well. Zhou Xuanji gave a slight smile before turning and leaving with the children. Looking at his back, the father and son did not speak for a long time. A long while later, Zhuang Huisheng sighed in amazement, "Father, I feel that the future belongs to him and Yang Di. The two of them will definitely fight. Once Yang Di ascends, the world will belong to the Sword Emperor." Demon Monarch Gulan nodded and said, "Maybe before Yang Di ascends, the world will already belong to him." To him, Zhou Xuanji's talent was unprecedented and would not be matched in the future. The heavenly might was mighty. Under the billowing thunderclouds, there were many mountains. These mountains were straight like gigantic spikes that pierced into the sky. They covered an area of 10,000 miles like an earth-colored forest. Innumerable swords of all kinds of styles were stabbed into every mountain peak. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. This was once the sanctum of the Swords Way in the northern wilderness region. At the border of the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, the man in the woven rush raincoat, who had interacted with Zhou Xuanji before, stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. He was still wearing a conical bamboo hat that covered his face. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, Shirshinzong, you are so powerful. You should not have fallen here. I shall grant you a chance to be reborn. Let the name of the Sword Saint resound across the world again and resound through the ages. The man in the woven rush raincoat mumbled to himself. As he spoke, he raised his right hand slowly. A snake-like golden light emerged from his sleeve and turned into a golden dragon. It flew into the sky above the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain and rapidly expanded, turning into a mighty divine dragon. Then, it suddenly exploded, turning into countless specks of light that floated down. Boom! Chapter 306. Zhou Xuanji brought the children back to the village. Among the children, 2 came from this village. When their parents saw them, they cried tears of joy. Zhou Xuanji gathered the other villagers and told them about his arrangement. When they heard that Zhuang Huisheng wanted to protect them, they were all excited and hoped that Zhou Xuanji could kill him. But when they heard about Fudi Tiger Monarch, they fell silent. Let's listen to Immortal Teacher Sword Emperor's arrangement. After killing that demon, there will be other demons. It's better to let them protect us. Moreover, the one who ate our children was not him but that damned Fudi Tiger Monarch. The old village chief said with a trembling voice as he leaned on his walking stick. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, I will teach you a sword technique. How much you can learn will depend on your luck. If you have the power to protect yourselves and want to learn sword techniques, you can come to Skyfall. Remember, to come to Skyfall, you must be at least astral infant, or else you will die on the way. The villagers heard him and became excited. There were blacksmiths in the village who made many iron swords. Although they were ordinary weapons, they were enough for them to practice with. In the next 5 days, Zhou Xuanji taught the vibrant raindrop sword to the villagers as he recuperated from his injuries. The white crane sword technique was too low-leveled. It was not effective in this area. He only asked for one person to learn it. The children he saved stayed in the village. He did not have the energy to help them find their way home. This day, he was prepared to leave. But he was stopped by a dark-skinned young man. The young man knelt before him again and said with gritted teeth, I want to cultivate. I hope that you can take me as your disciple. If I can't, I can even be your servant, as long as you take me with you. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him. He had an impression of him. This young man was the most hardworking in sword techniques among the villagers. It was a pity that he was not talented in the way of the sword. He smiled and tossed out a blue-covered book. Young man, do you know my criteria for taking in disciples? Only 1 in a million can enter my eyes. Seeing that you are determined to seek immortality, I will give you this internalization of qi. I hope that we will meet again in the future. After that, he turned into a stream of sword light and flew toward the horizon. The dark-skinned young man held the energy technique in his hand and looked determined. Immortal Teacher Sword Emperor, one day, I, Su Han, will stand before you and gain your approval. I want to become a powerful sword cultivator like you. Skyfall was to the south of the northern wilderness region, and Zhou Xuanji took half a month to return to Skyfall. He activated the art of concealing qi and turned into a silver sword. He shuttled through the forest and hid himself. Halfway up the mountain, the second-generation disciples were still practicing their swordsmanship. They were very hard-working, and he was very satisfied. The 4 mountain-guarding kings were dozing off as usual. At the top of the mountain, Daoya Old Man was teaching Jiang Shui the art of divination, but the girl was lost in thought and did not listen. Sai, you can't go on like this. You have to focus. Daoya Old Man sighed helplessly. He wanted to blame her, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. After all, there was a reason for this. Jiang Shui frowned and did not speak. Master is back! Zhou Xiaoqi suddenly shouted. His voice was very excited, and it attracted the attention of all the people nearby. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. How did this guy know he was coming? Zhao Zongjian appeared in front of Zhou Xiaoqi out of nowhere and asked in a deep voice, "Where is Master?" Jiang Shui looked around in surprise, but she did not see Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, he was hiding behind a rock and did not immediately jump out. He's not here? Meng Tianlang opened his eyes wide. He instinctively scanned with his divine sense, but he still could not sense Zhou Xuanji's presence. Zhou Xiaoqi mumbled, "I clearly felt him." The smile on Jiang Shui's face froze, and tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing that she was about to cry, Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart and flew out. Swoosh! The silver sword soared into the sky and drew a perfect arc in the air. Zhou Xuanji transformed into his human form and landed in front of Jiang Shui. He opened up his arms and said with a smile, "I'm back." Jiang Shui was stunned, and so were the others. Next, she leaped into his arms and started sobbing. The others cheered. Ever since Zhou Xuanji left, the entire Skyfall was filled with a deathly aura. Everyone was worried about his safety. If something happened to him, the group would most likely fall apart. After Zhou Xuanji comforted Jiang Shui, he told them about what had happened during this period of time. After knowing that Great Emperor Heartless had appeared, Daoya Old Man was greatly shocked. Only he had heard of the legends of Great Emperor Heartless. Legends say that 90,000 years ago, Great Emperor Heartless dominated the world and had 3 great emperors under him. However, he did not have any desire for power and always traveled the world freely. It said that in the past 100,000 years, Great Emperor Heartless' power could be ranked in the top 10. Daoya Old Man sighed in amazement. He had never thought that such a person would descend into the human realm. 3 great emperors under him? Zhou Xuanji blinked. It seemed that he had offended an incredible person. After that, he continued to speak. When he heard that Emperor Xia's daughter was still alive, Daoya Old Man was shocked again. Old Mother Wan Yi? That's an ancient evil demon. She's indeed Emperor Xia's daughter. Because of her identity, the human race could not kill her and could only seal her. She actually escaped. Daoya Old Man's face was filled with terror. Fear was written all over his face, and he shuddered at the thought of Old Mother Wan Yi. The others looked at each other. Although they had never heard of Great Emperor Heartless and Old Mother Wan Yi, for Daoya Old Man to be so wary, they must be very terrifying. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already suppressed Old Mother Wan Yi." After that, he flipped his right hand, and a blood bead appeared in his hand. "Brat, let go of me, or else I..." Before Old Mother Wan Yi could finish her sentence, she was put into the Tianxia map by Zhou Xuanji. The group was stunned. Daoya Old Man was stunned too. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to subdue such an existence. For the next period of time, everyone, cultivate well. In a few days, the first batch of disciples will depart, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile as he got up. The appearance of Great Emperor Heartless, Tian, and Old Mother Wan Yi made him understand that the world was going to change. The group had no objections and dispersed to spread the news of Zhou Xuanji's return. Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui returned to their huts to be alone. Only after 4 hours did he come out of his hut. He came to the edge of the cliff, took out the bronze dagger, and channeled his spirit energy into it. Soon, a shadow appeared. His face could not be seen clearly, but from his figure, he knew that it was Dao Seeker. "Why are you looking for me?" "I have something to tell you too," Dao Seeker asked. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told Dao Seeker about what happened to him. After that, he asked Dao Seeker to analyze the situation of the world. After listening, Dao Seeker fell silent. A long while later, He sighed faintly and said, "What a great situation. They want to restore the prosperity of 20,000 years ago. Who's the one planning this? To have such means, it's incredible. I'm afraid that even in the upper realm, they're omnipotent. Great Emperor Heartless' reincarnation was too coincidental. It was the same for old Mother Wan Yi. If she wanted to revive, she should have done it a long time ago. Why did she do it now? Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 307. Zhou Xuanji felt that it was a coincidence too. Great Emperor Heartless, Heaven, Old Mother Wan Yi, 10,000-year Prince, Tianxia Map, etc. All these things happened at the same time. Something was wrong. There was also the fact that more and more experts from overseas had infiltrated the northern wilderness region. There was probably a reason behind this. He suddenly thought of Feng Kuel and that man in the raincoat. No one knew what role these two guys played in this. That's right, the Sword Saint has revived. Very soon, he will sweep across the world. As the current Sword Emperor, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Dao Seeker said suddenly, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. Sword Saint? His expression was strange as he asked, the hegemon Sword Emperor's teacher, Sword Saint Shishenzong? 20,000 years ago, the Sword Saint had a domineering style and dominated the world. He created the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain and created a golden age for the way of the sword. The hegemon Sword Emperor was his proud disciple. For some unknown reason, the Sword Sage committed suicide in the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain before becoming a martial emperor. Even though he did not become a martial emperor, he left behind countless astonishing legends. Great Emperor Heartless is easy to deal with. He's a reincarnation, and old Mother Wan Yi can't be killed, but what about Sword Saint? They can be revived? Will all the experts in the past be resurrected? Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. Although he felt that it was absurd, he was a little excited. If he were to defeat all the tyrants in history, wouldn't he be able to ascend to the top of the river of history and become the one and only Sword Emperor? Just thinking about it made him excited. Dao Seeker shook his head and said, "That's not the case. The Sword Saint's death is very special. His body transformed into the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, and it's because of his soul and body that the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain can stand for so many years. Anyone who dares to damage the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain will be killed by the countless swords in the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. In other words, the Sword Saint is not dead. He has only transformed into the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain." Their conversation attracted Daoya Old Man's attention. The old man came over and asked, "Shishenzong? Did he revive to become a great emperor and ascend?" Qiu Dao said meaningfully, "He was resurrected by someone. However, with his will, he probably wanted to fight to be the best in the world. In his era, he was already invincible. He was the one who had the greatest hope of breaking the legend of the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword." When mentioning Shishenzong, he had too many words of praise that he could use. However, he was now on Zhou Xuanji's side, so he could only help Zhou Xuanji defeat Shishenzong. With your current strength, you will definitely lose against Shishenzong. Cultivate well and try not to go to the human race. Qiu Dao reminded him. After saying that, his phantom image dissipated in the air. Zhou Xuanji looked at Daoya Old Man with squinted eyes and asked, "Why do I feel like he's trying to provoke me?" Daoya Old Man nodded with a smile. Zhou Xuanji looked forward to Shishenzong's revival. This was because there were no outstanding sword cultivators in this era. Even though Zhou Xuanji was the Sword Emperor, his position in history was not very high. If he could defeat the Sword Saint, his name would definitely go down in history. Thinking of this, he turned around and continued to cultivate. His current cultivation base was only at Mahayana level 1. He was still far from becoming a great tribulation scattered immortal. Daoya old man stood at the edge of the cliff, deep in thought. Half a month later, Lin Chang'e led Su Yang and 10 second-generation disciples down the mountain to gain experience. 2 years later, they finally returned. And this time, they also brought back hundreds of third-generation disciples. There were men and women, and every one of them had a murderous aura. After all, they had killed their way back. In these 2 years, Zhou Xuanji did not leave Skyfall and cultivated in peace. His cultivation base had also reached Mahayana level 2. He obtained 3 legendary swords, but they were all gold-grade legendary swords, which disappointed him. They were the bamboo suspension sword, the dragon python sword, and the cursed fire sword. Other than that, he did not even obtain a single sword technique. His luck was extremely bad. Fortunately, the ancient god sword awakened another soul, which was called Emperor Canghai. His strength had also increased by a large margin. This day, Zhou Xuanji gathered all the disciples and gave a motivational speech. All the disciples looked at him fervently. The person in front of them was the world's second, the most powerful sword cultivator, and also the most powerful genius in history. So far, we have 80 second-generation disciples and 334 third-generation disciples. We are very close to establishing our sect. You will all be founding elders, the future pillars of Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. His first sentence attracted everyone's attention. Emperor Sword Court. Such a domineering name. He chose this name because Zhou Xuanji was called the Sword Emperor and because he wanted to imitate Chinese legends. Legend had it that the ancient Heavenly Emperor created the Heavenly Court on Buzhou Divine Mountain. And now, he created Emperor Sword Court on Skyfall. Wasn't there a deeper meaning behind this? He wanted Emperor Sword Court to reign supreme over the world and become the most powerful sanctum. Its fate would last forever. Emperor Sword Court, what a good name. From today onwards, we are members of Emperor Sword Court. I'm looking forward to the day we establish our sect. I like it. When can we establish our sect? The disciples discussed excitedly. Even Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Chongming Demon Monarch, Lin Chang'e, and the others were discussing it. Zhou Xuanji continued to speak, there's still some time before we establish our sect. In the future, Emperor Sword Court will establish Xuanji Sword Library, 10,000 Swords Behemoth, Skyfall Inner Court, and other subordinate factions to guard energy techniques, swords, and natural treasures. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Different statuses will enjoy different treatment. Cultivate well. Your performance will be watched by Jinghong and the others. They will assign you positions in the future. 1,000 years later, Emperor Sword Court will be like Canghai Ziggurat and Dongyuan Monastery, above the empires. At that time, I will be the top cultivator in the world, and you will be the disciples of the number 1 sanctum. His tone was impassioned, stirring up everyone's emotions and making their blood boil. Even Xiao Jinghong and the others were looking forward to it. Meng Tianlang held the sword in his hand and thought to himself, I must become the sharpest sword in Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji treated him well and taught him many profound sword techniques. His treatment was not inferior to that of his personal disciples, which made him feel grateful. He had long become a part of Skyfall. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked the second-generation disciples to teach the third-generation disciples sword formations so that they could get closer to each other. Seeing that they began to train, Zhou Xuanji left with his trusted subordinates. Lin Chang'e reported to him at the top of the mountain. The Sword Saint has appeared and stirred up the world. Countless people flocked to 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain to cultivate under the Sword Saint, Lin Chang'e said with a deep voice. If he had not become Zhou Xuanji's disciple, he might have gone to 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain as well. But now, he only felt that things were troublesome, and he viewed Shi Shenzong as an enemy. Zhou Xuanji smiled calmly and said, "It's okay. Let him continue to develop. The more powerful 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, the more Emperor Sword Court will gain from defeating them in the future." The little black snake spat its forked tongue and asked curiously, "Shi Shenzong did not cause trouble for Yang Di?" He was looking forward to Shi Shenzong beating up Yang Di. Lin Chang'e shook his head and said, "Ever since he was revived, he has not left 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. He might be recovering his power. After all, he has just been revived." Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 308. Restore his cultivation? Zhou Xuanji gave a weird smile. He suddenly looked forward to seeing Shi Shenzong fight against Xianyuan Zhou. He wanted to see whether the legendary Sword Saint or Tian was stronger. Of course, he hoped that all of them would be defeated by him. You should also seize the time to train. Tian Lang is about to master the sky-dominating divine sword. Be careful not to be surpassed by him. Zhou Xuanji patted Lin Chang'e's shoulder and said with a smile. Having heard him, Meng Tianlang chuckled. Lin Chang'e frowned, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Ning Zifeng's expression was the same as his. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, and Han Shenbua had all been surpassed by Meng Tianlang. Every time they saw Meng Tianlang cultivating, they would feel very complicated. As for Northern Valiant Sword, he was the most hard-working one, but it was a pity that his talent could not keep up. Chongming Demon Monarch shouted, "Isn't it tiring to cultivate all day? Meng Tianlang is enough. Let's just be salted fish." Other than the little black snake and Zhou Xiaoqi, no one paid attention to him. Not only them, even a big, small, and small heir did not like to cultivate. They would follow the 4 mountain guarding kings and doze off every day. The 3-eyed drought rodent liked to pester Fenyu Dragon King. The Dragon King liked it very much, and under the nourishment of the Dragon King's demonic power, it also started to gain cultivation and gradually became stronger. Zhou Xuanji called Daoya Old Man to the side and told him about the demon's cultivation plan so that he could supervise them. Daoya Old Man's cultivation had already reached his limit. Furthermore, he had too much to do with the mandate of heaven. If he advanced any further, he would definitely be killed by the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, he was the most idle person. Zhou Xuanji had thought about using the thunderclap sword to help him with the tribulation, but he said that the tribulation he encountered was not just heavenly lightning, so Zhou Xuanji could only give up. The addition of the 3rd-generation disciples made Skyfall even livelier. While they were cultivating, Zhou Xuanji arranged for them to build the mountain gate and mountain paths. It was difficult to calculate how tall Skyfall was. It was extremely difficult to build a path from the foot of the mountain to the top. Zhou Xuanji euphemistically called it cultivation, and the 3rd-generation disciples never got tired of it. These were all merits. When Emperor Sword Court was established, they could brag to thousands of disciples that the Skyfall Mountain Road was built by them. Just like that, Skyfall welcomed an unprecedented liveliness. The 4 mountain guardian kings also called for demons to help. It was rare for humans and demons to fight together. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Countless cultivators stood on the cliffs at the edge of the divine ridge. They gazed at the magnificent 10,000 Swords Divine Ridge before them with fanatical expressions. Can you feel it? The aura of a sword saint. He's really strong. His resurrection will probably have an impact on number 1 in the world. Who do you think is stronger, Sword Saint or Sword Emperor? Of course it's the Sword Saint. Even the hegemon Sword Emperor is his disciple. That's right. The Sword Saint can be called the teacher of a great emperor. Zhou Xuanji is still too young and cannot be compared to him for now. The cultivators discussed among themselves as they waited on the cliff. They did not dare to recklessly enter the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. The name of the Sword Saint was simply too mythical. They did not dare to offend him and could only wait here. Naturally, they had come to take the Sword Saint as their master. Who wouldn't yearn to be able to groom a great emperor? At this moment, a black-robed old man flew out from the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. He had white hair and a youthful face. A diagram of 3 swords clashing was carved on his back. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of the man in the woven rush raincoat. "I am the Mountain Lord of 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, Shi Haiming. My ancestor said that if you want to take him as your master, you must pass the test. You will enter the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain in batches. If you can stay inside for 30 minutes, you will pass the test." The black-robed old man swept his gaze across everyone and said expressionlessly. With this, a commotion broke out. 30 minutes? The 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain was so vast. It was not difficult to hide in there for 30 minutes. But when they remembered that they were facing the Sword Saint, they could not help but feel anxious. Immediately, 300 powerful cultivators flew into the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. The others held their breaths and waited for the battle. A while later. Boom! A horrifying aura exploded from the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Next, all the swords on the peaks began to vibrate violently. The sound gathered together and was deafening. Swoosh! 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 The sword soared into the sky and hung high above, covering the thunderclouds. The tips of the swords pointed downwards, and it was impossible to count how many swords there were. 1,000,000? 5,000,000? 10,000,000? No one could count. They were all shocked by the scene before them. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Zhou Xuanji asked Ning Zifeng to bring the second batch of second-generation disciples down the mountain. This time, he sent out 18 second-generation disciples. He, who was 42 years old, obtained another 6 legendary swords. One of them was glorious gold grade. It was called Desert Frenzy. Sword name, Desert Frenzy grade, glorious gold description, forged from the heart of the desert. It can draw upon the power of the desert. The larger the desert, the more powerful it is. As for the other 5 legendary swords, the lowest was gold grade. 2 of them were amethyst grade. They were Swift Earth Sword, Evil Blue Sword, Wind Riding Sword, 3000 Turbulent Sword, and Green Mountain Entering River Sword. Up until now, he had 88 godly swords. The ancient god sword awakened the soul of another powerful cultivator. He was called Ghost Emperor Zhangtian, and he was more powerful than the previous souls. What he regretted was that Emperor Hanlin had not woken up yet. Back when he fought Huangquan Drake King, if not for Emperor Hanlin, the outcome would have been hard to predict. He would have most likely perished. So, he had a good impression of Emperor Hanlin. In these 3 years, he obtained 2 other sword techniques. They were not very powerful and were not of much help to him in battle. But he still learned them. He would carve them in the future and place them in the sword library. Since he was going to establish a sect, he could not lack sword techniques and energy techniques. The more, the better. Only then could he show off Emperor Sword Court's foundation. This day, Zhou Xuanji was teaching Meng Tianlang, Xiao Jinghong, Xiao Congjian, Lin Changge, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin. Nowadays, he rarely taught them personally, so Xiao Jinghong and the others treasured him. Meng Tianlang had already completely mastered the sky-dominating divine sword. His cultivation improved tremendously, and he fully displayed the demeanor of the 10,000-year prince. The others were not discouraged. They continued to cultivate and tried to reduce the gap between them. He was teaching them the secrets of the ancestral dragon sword. Not only them, but the second and third generation disciples were also drooling over the ancestral dragon sword. Zhou Xuanji only taught the ancestral dragon sword to his trusted subordinates. If the other disciples wanted to learn it, they had to get his permission. This was Emperor Sword Court's signature sword technique. It could not be taught easily. He was looking forward to how long Meng Tianlang would take to learn the ancestral dragon sword. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng's ancestral dragon sword could already take shape, but they were still far from great accomplishment. To him, even if Meng Tianlang wanted to cultivate the ancestral dragon sword to great accomplishment, it would take him at least 10 years. To reach the level of his ancestral dragon sword, it would take 50 years. As for the Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha, he did not want to teach it yet. This was his most powerful sword technique. He would only consider teaching it when a more powerful sword technique appeared. After all, as the founding ancestor of Emperor Sword Court, he had to maintain a profound and unfathomable attitude. At this moment, Jingtian Eagle appeared behind Zhou Xuanji and half knelt down, cupped his fist and said, "Master, 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain has already recruited 1,000 disciples. The Sword Saint's prestige in the human race has reached its peak. I'm afraid that even Yang Di cannot compare to him." Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 309. Zhou Xuanji turned around and asked Jingtian Eagle aside so that he would not disturb the cultivation of Xiao Jinghong and the others. "The Sword Saint still hasn't left the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain?" he asked softly. Every 3 months, he would send the 4 mountain guarding kings out to scout for information. The 4 mountain guarding kings all had their own demon armies, so it was easy for them to obtain information. Jingtian Eagle replied respectfully, "No, Sunlight Emperor didn't go to 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain either. We mind our own business." Both the human race and the demon race believed that the Sword Sage and the Sunlight Emperor would definitely fight. With the Sword Saint's personality, how could he not be number 1 in the world? That's normal. The Sword Saint has to recover his cultivation, and the Sunlight Emperor is busy establishing the Great Fate Empire. The two of them won't be able to fight each other for now. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had an inexplicable premonition. The Sword Sage would look for him before challenging Sunlight Emperor. Defeating the number 2 in the world, then challenging the number 1 in the world, this was the correct way to show off. After Shenzong defeated the number 1 under the heavens and then challenged the number 2 under the heavens, he would lose his cool. I did not manage to track down the whereabouts of Heaven and Great Emperor Heartless. However, I did manage to obtain some information about the Tanhua sect. Jingtian Eagle continued with a strange expression. Tanhua sect? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He almost forgot that Tanhua sect still existed. Ever since the battle at the fallen immortal Heavenly Lake, the Tanhua sect had fallen apart in his eyes and could no longer cause any trouble. I understand that the Tanhua sect is recruiting disciples in the west of the northern wilderness region. There are rumors that sect master Xian revived the ancient Diablo, Jingtian Eagle continued, his tone a little hesitant. After all, Great Emperor Heartless and Sword Saint had appeared out of nowhere. It was not unbelievable that the ancient Diablo had come back to life. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Xian Xianghua had not destroyed the ancient Diablo's soul. It was no wonder why the Diablo's soul was able to survive for so long in the fallen immortal Heavenly Lake. After all, they were father and daughter. However, he had a feeling that the evil king would become Xian Xianghua's puppet. Because he could feel the hatred Xian Xianghua had for the evil king. It was the kind of hatred that went deep into her soul and could not be resolved. "Yes, is there any other important news?" Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. He was not worried about Xian Xianghua. This old demonic woman had been besieged by the whole world for so many times, yet she had not died. This meant that she was very lucky. Jing Tian Condor shook his head. He suddenly thought of something and said in a low voice, "There is one thing that is strange. I'd better tell you about it. It is said that the shadow of 1,000 zhang tall golden Buddha appeared in Dongyuan Temple. It lasted for half an hour before disappearing. This is not true. If it is true, it may be disadvantageous to you." He knew that Chief Monk Xuanhe had enmity with Zhou Xuanji, especially with Xian Xianghua. It was an irreconcilable enmity. Dongyuan Temple, Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and signaled for Jing Tian Eagle to leave. He then rubbed his chin and thought to himself. Could it be that Xuanhe Divine Monk had practiced some kind of peerless skill? He thought for a while and didn't care. His opponents were the Sword Sage, Yang Di, Tian, and Great Emperor Heartless. Xuanhe Divine Monk was not qualified. He turned around and continued to guide Xiao Jinghong and the others in their cultivation. 6 hours later, he walked to the edge of the cliff and continued to internalize qi. He was still a distance away from reaching Mahayana level 3, but that did not mean that he had not become stronger. In these 3 years, other than obtaining new legendary swords, he had a deeper understanding of the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. This technique could not only rebirth but also cultivate a Celestial Devil. He fused the Celestial Devil with the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha and created an even more powerful sword technique. Even he was amazed by his own talent. Indeed, he was born to practice the sword. Late at night, he returned to his room and flirted with Jiang Shui for a while. After that, the two of them lay on the bed and chatted. Ever since she started learning divination from Daoya Old Man, her cultivation had improved tremendously. Now, she was ready to break through to astral projection. Huang Lianxin, who was initially on par with her, was left behind by her. "Xuanji, I heard that Grand Teacher looked at Shi Shenzong with respect every time he talked about him. It seems like he's really powerful. If he comes to find trouble with you now, are you confident?" Jiang Shui asked curiously as she lay on her side and supported her face with her right hand. Unlike Lin Changge, Xiao Jinghong, and the others, she had not grown up in a sect. She had followed Zhou Xuanji from place to place, and she did not know much about the legends of the northern wilderness region. Even when she heard them talk about Shi Shenzong's legend, she did not feel any reverence. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "He's powerful indeed, but I'm not weak either. Don't forget that he had not become a great emperor before he died. If not for the Hegemon Sword Emperor, he might not have reached such a legendary status." Shi Shenzong became the Hegemon Sword Emperor, and the Hegemon Sword Emperor became Shi Shenzong. It was a pity that their descendants did not acknowledge each other. Until today, the Hegemon Sword Sect and the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain did not have any contact. The two of them chatted until late at night, and only fell asleep. Every month, they would have such a relaxing sleep. Even if they returned to their rooms, they would be cultivating day and night. 5 days later, Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, opened his eyes suddenly. He flipped his right hand and took out the bronze dagger. The bronze dagger was boiling red and was giving off strands of steam. Soon, Dao Seeker's shadow appeared. "Something bad has happened. The 10,000-year prince has appeared. He is the prince of the great Chen dynasty, Chen Bantian. Sunlight Emperor, Xuanhe Divine Monk, and Heaven will all go to fight for him. You have to snatch the 10,000-year prince before they do. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to your future," Dao Seeker said with a deep voice, which made Zhou Xuanji's expression turn strange. Chen Bantian was the 10,000-year prince? Meng Tianlang was the one. He did not reveal this point. He had already sealed off the news that Meng Tianlang was the 10,000-year prince, and not even the second-generation disciples could know about it. "You think I can deal with Yang Di and Tian?" Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. He was a little hesitant in his heart. He had an old relationship with Chen Bantian and wanted to nurture him so that Great Chen could establish a connection with Emperor Sword Court in the future. Should he go and help? Dao Seeker sighed and said, "How do you know that Yang Di and Tian will work together?" Zhou Xuanji came to a realization. That's right. Tian hunted down people with monarch qi, and Yang Di was also someone with monarch qi. I advise you to go now. If you're too late, the 10,000-year prince will be taken away. After saying this, Dao Seeker's figure disappeared. Following this, Zhou Xuanji gathered Daoya Old Man, Jiang Shui, Meng Tianlang, and the others and told them about this. Everyone was greatly shocked. How could Chen Bantian be the 10,000-year prince? However, Dao Seeker was unfathomable and had a mysterious background. His strength was definitely greater than Han Daozi's. Could it be that Han Daozi had mistaken him for someone else? Facing everyone's doubtful gazes, Meng Tianlang's face became red as he said, "Could it be that my talent isn't worthy of my status as the 10,000-year prince?" Daoya Old Man stroked his chin and said, "It's rare for a 10,000-year prince to appear, and no one can be sure that there won't be two 10,000-year princes. Even if Chen Bantian isn't the 10,000-year prince, his identity is most likely not simple." Thinking about Chen Bantian, that boy, he had endured all sorts of trials and tribulations back then. Evidently, his luck was extraordinary. Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 310. After Zhou Xuanji discussed with the others, he decided to head to Great Chen alone. Back when he was still weak, he had dared to go around recklessly, let alone now that he was number 2 in the world. That day, he stepped on the snakeskin sword and flew north. His flying speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Along the way, he flipped his right hand and took out old Mother Wan Yi's blood bead. "Do you know anything about the 10,000-year princes?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Over the past few years, he would occasionally send old Mother Wan Yi out to do some ideological work. As time passed, old Mother Wan Yi calmed down. She had been sealed for countless years. Now that she was in the Tianxia map, her situation hadn't changed. It was just that she had changed places. Thinking of this, she felt much better. 10,000-year prince? Has a 10,000-year prince appeared? Old Mother Wan Yi asked in confusion. Before Zhou Xuanji could reply, she continued to mutter to herself, "Strange, why would the 10,000-year prince appear now? Could it be that the main body's awakening?" Before, Zhou Xuanji had asked her about Tian, the Sword Saint, and Great Emperor Heartless. She didn't care about the heavens, but she admired the Sword Saint and Great Emperor Heartless. Although she was sealed most of the time, she relied on the 12 ghost generals that she had trained to gather information and understand every era. Great Emperor Heartless and Sword Saint Shishenzong had left a deep impression on her. After learning about the appearance of these three fellows, she was puzzled. Now, the 10,000-year prince had appeared. She felt inexplicably uneasy. That's right, they did appear, and there are 2 of them. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and said softly. If Chen Bantian was also a 10,000-year prince, then he had to subdue him. With 2 10,000-year princes, how powerful would the Emperor Sword Court be in the future? He wanted to surpass Great Emperor Heartless and nurture a few more Great Emperors before ascending together to the upper world. Just thinking about it made him happy. You too? How could this be? Could this be the heaven and earth epoch? Old Mother Wan Yi exclaimed, her voice filled with terror. The bead of blood began to tremble, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. What does world epoch mean? He asked. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The heaven and earth epoch is when the main characters of the world change. To put it simply, the human race is about to decline, and a new race will take control of the world. When my father led the human race to rule the world, he had two 10,000-year princes under him. That must be the case. Otherwise, why would heaven, Sword Saint, Great Emperor Heartless, Tianxia Map, the two 10,000-year princes, and me appear? It's over, it's over. Old Mother Wan Yi's voice was filled with despair. If the human race lost their position as the main character of the world, she would also perish. After all, her fate was connected to that of the human race. The main character of the world was going to be replaced? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Could it be that the demon race was going to rise up? But more than half of the demon race's top combat power had died. How could they rise again? Could it be the Ghost Clan? He fell into deep thought. Father. What you said back then was true. The human race can never be the main character of the world forever, Old Mother Wan Yi said dejectedly. Her voice was low and filled with despair. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt quite annoyed and harumphed. The human race hasn't been destroyed yet. Hearing this, Old Mother Wan Yi felt as if she had been stabbed in her heart, and she cried out angrily, "This is the will of the heavens, neither you nor I can stop it. Even if my father was alive, he would not be able to stop it." Back then, the human race had the will of the heavens, so no matter how bad the situation was, they could rise again. You don't understand how terrifying the will of the heavens is. It's something that mortals cannot change. Not even immortal gods. At that moment, all of her hopes had turned to dust, and boundless terror devoured her heart. The will of the heavens? Zhou Xuanji said disdainfully, "I don't believe in the will of the heavens, I only believe that humans can defeat the heavens. Just watch, with me here, the human race will not be destroyed." He was not boasting, this was what he thought. After all, he was not a native creature of the northern wilderness, and his soul came from another space-time. As such, he did not believe in the heavens. Old Mother Wan Yi fell silent, not moved by him. She had lived for countless years and had seen people more arrogant than Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji put the blood bead back into the Tianxia map and thought to himself as he flew. Dao Seeker had said that someone was plotting against him. Now that Old Mother Wan Yi said that the world epoch had arrived, he could not help but think about it. He even suspected that all of this was Dao Seeker's doing. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Within a tall mountain, there was a gloomy palace. Within the palace, candlelight flickered, making the atmosphere a little eerie. Shi Shenzong was cultivating on a jade bed. His back was straight and he wore tattered black clothes. His face looked ancient, and his hair was a mix of black and white. His entire being gave off a deathly stillness. The man in the woven rush raincoat suddenly appeared in front of him. He lowered his head slightly and did not show his face. Shi Shenzong, what are you waiting for? With your current power, you can sweep across the world, the man in the woven rush raincoat asked. His voice was calm, and he did not sound like the legendary Sword Saint. He did not show any fear either. Shi Shenzong did not open his eyes and said indifferently, "Why would I care about the future generations? I'm cultivating for the sake of the human race." After that, he opened his eyes slowly. His brown pupils shone brightly in the darkness. "Why did you revive me during the world epoch? Who are you?" he asked as he stared at the man in the woven rush raincoat. His tone was still indifferent, as if he did not fear the man in the woven rush raincoat at all. "Who I am is not important. Since you understand that this is the world epoch, you should know your mission, to control the human race. Only by uniting can the human race have a chance of survival. Otherwise, you alone will not be able to change the situation," the man in the woven rush raincoat said as he lightly laughed. The man in the raincoat chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly twisted his body, and a sharp sword appeared out of thin air in front of him, almost piercing his sword. Shi Shenzong stared at him, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he said, "You want me to become your puppet? The human race has its own path. If we encounter any changes in the heavenly Tao, I will block them all by myself. Who cares if they are demons or monsters? If they want to take over the human race, they will have to ask my sword first." The man in the woven rush raincoat slowly retreated and shook his head as he smiled and said, "Shi Shenzong, you're still so arrogant. Don't look down on the future generations. The current young emperor and sword emperor's talent is not inferior to yours, especially the sword emperor. He became the second strongest in the world at 30 years old and can fight against great tribulation scattered immortals. Be careful not to be surpassed by him. Also, your senior, great Emperor Heartless, has also come to the northern wilderness region, as well as two 10,000-year princes. Perhaps you will become their stepping stone." He loudly laughed before disappearing into the darkness of the palace. Shi Shenzong was expressionless as he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Great Chen's palace. Within a courtyard, Chen Bantian was surrounded by a group of beautiful palace maids. There was a palace maid sitting on each of his legs, and her hands wandered about. Behind him, there were palace maids massaging him, and in front of him, there were palace maids feeding him fruits, causing him to smile so widely that he could not even close his mouth. Back when I met the Sword Emperor, he was still looking up at the world's top 100. Back then, he was being chased by powerful enemies and met me by chance. I saw that he had decent talent, so I gave him a few pointers. Who would have thought that this boy would have an epiphany and break through on the spot? Chen Bantian sighed as he spoke, his expression filled with nostalgia and happiness. Calm. WonderfulBookhouse.com. Chapter 311. Wow, Your Highness is so powerful. The petite maid sitting on Chen Bantian's left leg covered her mouth and said. Her face was filled with admiration. The other maids cried out in amazement too, which pleased Chen Bantian greatly. He pretended to be deep in thought and said, Zhou Xuanji is incredible. I predict that he will become the top cultivator in the world. Of course, it's only temporary because I will become the top cultivator in the future. Without my guidance, how can he achieve what he has today? The maids all flattered him, and his heart almost flew into the sky. At this moment. Oh! A voice came. Really? Chen Bantian was stunned. He looked around instinctively but did not see anyone else. The maids also looked over. Who dared to interrupt in the royal garden? Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared on a huge tree. He sat on the trunk with his right leg crossed and stepped on the side with a playful smile on his face. Chen Bantian shuddered and stood up abruptly. The two maids on his legs fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Although Zhou Xuanji had matured after 20 years, he could still recognize Zhou Xuanji immediately. He wore a black robe with golden threads. He swallowed his saliva and asked helplessly, Senior Zhou. Why are you here? His legs were trembling, and even his voice was trembling. The maids were stunned. Senior Zhou? Could it be? They opened their eyes wide and sized Zhou Xuanji up. Wow! So handsome. It was their first time seeing such a handsome man. His confidence made him look like an emperor who looked down on the world. Not only was he domineering, but he was also elegant and had the demeanor of a prodigal son. I'm here to listen to your bragging. Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile, which frightened Chen Bantian so much that he knelt down immediately. I was wrong. He said awkwardly. Caught in the act, he had no way to defend himself, so he could only admit defeat. He was not ashamed to kneel before Zhou Xuanji. The person in front of him was already the second in the world. Even if the Emperor of Great Chen knelt before him, no one would feel that it was inappropriate. Ask them to leave. I have something to say to you. Zhou Xuanji jumped down from the tree and walked toward Chen Bantian as he instructed. Seeing how he walked, the eyes of the maids almost turned into flowers. Hurry up and leave. You're not allowed to tell anyone that Senior Sword Emperor has arrived. Otherwise, your 9 generations will be exterminated. Chen Bantian glared at the palace maids behind him and berated them. His heart ached. These girls had never shown such love-struck expressions in front of him. This was too much of a blow. After the palace maids left, Zhou Xuanji sat before the stone table. Chen Bantian stood beside him and poured wine for him. He smiled coyly and said, "Senior Zhou, what do you want to say to me?" If not for Zhou Xuanji, he would already be dead. Although he was the one who gave Zhou Xuanji the Tianxia map, Zhou Xuanji obtained the Tianxia map by himself. In his heart, he still remembered the favor of saving his life. Zhou Xuanji swirled his wine cup and said, "You're in big trouble. Yang Di, Tian, Chief Monk Xuanhe, and other top-tier experts are all coming to capture you." Chen Bantian was stunned. In the next second, his expression turned into one of horror. Sunlight Emperor. Just these 2 words were enough to make his hair stand on end. "Senior Zhou, why? I don't have the Tianxia map." Chen Bantian hurriedly asked. Ever since he had awakened the Yellow Dragon royal bloodline, his cultivation had been growing rapidly, and he was now about to break through to the astral projection stage. However, this kind of cultivation was not enough to face top-tier experts in the world. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told him about the 10,000-year prince's background. After hearing this, Chen Bantian felt both delighted and nervous. He was quite intelligent and said straightforwardly, "Senior Zhou, take me away. When my strength increases, I will come back to inherit the position of emperor. I don't trust Yang Di or Chief Monk Xuanhe, I only trust you." He believed that Zhou Xuanji would not lie to him. If he was captured by someone else, he did not dare to imagine what would happen to him. However, he was not afraid if he followed Zhou Xuanji. After all, he had followed Zhou Xuanji before and knew how he treated people. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "I'm here to save you. Go and tell your father first. I'll wait for you here. You'd better hurry, perhaps Yang Di will descend today." Hearing this, Chen Bantian hurriedly bowed and quickly left. After he left, Zhou Xuanji drank wine by himself, feeling quite at ease. Things were going smoothly, and he was in a good mood. It was a pity that good times did not last long. After a while, a familiar voice resounded throughout the royal city of Great Chen. "Amitba, this old monk Xuanhe has come to visit the Emperor of Great Chen. I hope that the Emperor will allow this old monk to enter the palace." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. The royal city of Great Chen was in an uproar. "Chief Monk Xuanhe? The Lord of the Sanctum is here. It's said that he's the top monk in the northern wilderness region. He made the greatest contribution in getting rid of the Tanhua sect. It's said that he once suppressed the top evil cultivator. What is he doing in Great Chen? Could he be recruiting disciples? Recently, many sects are recruiting, and the Sanctum is no exception. It's possible, but I don't want to be a monk. I'm in a dilemma." The arrival of Chief Monk Xuanhe excited the cultivators of Great Chen. After all, Dongyuan Monastery was above the empire. Zhou Xuanji saw a group of people flying out from the palace to welcome Chief Monk Xuanhe. At this moment, Chen Bantian appeared before him and said anxiously, "What should I do?" "Chief Monk Xuanhe is already here. If I leave now, I'm afraid that he will make things difficult for my father." Chief Monk Xuanhe had a good reputation, but after escaping, he did not trust anyone other than Zhou Xuanji and his companions. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "Let's pretend that we have already left and see how he reacts. If your father is in danger, I will act immediately." Chen Bantian nodded. Although Chief Monk Xuanhe was the top monk, he was not the second. He was not even in the top 10 in the world. Zhou Xuanji brought Chen Bantian under the tree and took out a scroll to activate a concealment spell formation. This scroll was made by Daoya Old Man. It could conceal one's body and aura. Each scroll could only be used once, and it was extremely costly. Soon, they saw Chief Monk Xuanhe's silhouette. He was talking and laughing with the Emperor of Great Chen as they flew into the main hall of the royal palace. Zhou Xuanji did not use his divine sense immediately. He had a feeling that Chief Monk Xuanhe would scan the entire royal palace with his divine sense. Within the time it took for half an incense to burn, a powerful divine sense scanned the entire royal palace. With Daoya Old Man's spell formation, Chief Monk Xuanhe could not discover Zhou Xuanji and Chen Bantian. "Senior Zhou, what's the situation?" Chen Bantian asked anxiously. His father had treated him very well, and he didn't want anything to happen to his father, especially if it was because of him. Zhou Xuanji calmly replied, "Don't worry, Chief Monk Xuanhe is nothing. A true powerhouse is here." Chen Bantian's eyes widened, and just as he was about to speak, Zhou Xuanji's gaze became cold. He looked back and saw Xianyuan Zhou 10 meters away, staring at Zhou Xuanji. "You really didn't die." Xianyuan Zhou ignored Chen Bantian and said to Zhou Xuanji. His voice was cold and murderous. "Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm." Chapter 312. Zhou Xuanji looked at Xianyuan Zhou without any fear and laughed as he said, "I was thinking the same thing. So you didn't die." Chen Bantian did not know Xianyuan Zhou, but there were not many people in the world who dared to speak to Zhou Xuanji like this. He quickly hid behind Zhou Xuanji, feeling extremely nervous. Xianyuan Zhou took a step forward and said, "I don't want to deal with you right now. Give me the 10,000-year prince, and I can let you live a little longer." He already understood Zhou Xuanji's strength. 5 years had passed, and this brat must have become even more powerful. Once they started fighting, they would attract even more experts. At that time, it would be troublesome. Zhou Xuanji disdainfully laughed as he said, "Xianyuan Zhou, even though you're Tian, your strength is just too great. Do you really think that I'm your only opponent? This brat is fated with me. If it wasn't for me, he would have died long ago, so he can only belong to me." He deliberately provoked Xianyuan Zhou. Heaven did not have a good reputation in the northern wilderness region. Although heaven claimed to only target those with Emperor Qi, every heaven would endanger the peace of the northern wilderness region. Hence, in the legends, heaven was a demon. Once Xianyuan Zhou's identity was exposed, both the righteous and demonic paths would come to hunt him down. This was why Xianyuan Zhou didn't keep a high profile. Even if he came to Great Chen, he would sneak in. Xianyuan Zhou narrowed his eyes and a murderous aura spread out, causing Chen Bantian's body to turn cold. "Who can stop me?" He stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked coldly. "Xuanhe divine monk? What a joke." He didn't think much of the monk. "I can." An indifferent voice sounded out, and Zhou Xuanji, Chen Bantian, and Xianyuan Zhou all looked over. A man dressed in luxurious golden robes stood on the palace walls. He was like a towering mountain, giving off a domineering aura as if he was looking down on everything in the world. Sunlight Emperor. Number 1 in the world. His grave and stern face was like that of a deity. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, making him seem arrogant and disdainful. The golden robe fluttered, and the hair under the crown also fluttered in the wind. The world became quiet, and it was extremely oppressive. Xianyuan Sovereign and Zhou Xuanji both narrowed their eyes as if they were facing a great enemy. They didn't even need to think to guess who this person was. In this world, only that person could have such a bearing. Just by standing there without saying a word, he exuded an invincible aura. It seemed that no one was qualified to stand in front of him. Sunlight Emperor, didn't you claim to be invincible in the world? Why do you still need the 10,000-year princes? Xianyuan Tian coldly harumphed, and Zhou Xuanji looked at him in confusion. Why do I feel a little sarcastic? Aren't you emotionless? Sunlight Emperor ignored him, stared at Chen Bantian, and said, I am the number one in the world, undoubtedly the number one. Since I became the number one, I have never fallen from this position. Follow me, and I will take you as my disciple. I will take you on the road of invincibility. When this emperor ascends, you will be the number one under the heavens. Domineering. No matter how rational Chen Bantian was, his heartbeat quickened. But he did not agree and continued to hide behind Zhou Xuanji, not daring to come out. He muttered in his heart, can Senior Zhou defeat him? The number one in the world and number two in the world seemed to be only one rank apart, but in reality, the difference was like heaven and earth. Just like the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking, the gap between Zhou Xuanji and the second place was so huge that it made people speechless. Don't even think about it, he's mine, Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said. He was eager to try it out. Number one in the world. He had wanted to challenge him for a long time. Sunlight Emperor turned to look at him and said, Zhou Xuanji, this emperor knows you. You have great potential, but the 10,000-year prince's identity is special, so it's best if you don't get involved with karma. Since ancient times, there have been many geniuses, but not many people remember them because most of them died. His tone was calm, and there was no threat or enmity in it. Zhou Xuanji was indifferent because he had heard such words too many times. Many people pretended to have good intentions, but in reality, they were trying to suppress him. However, he did not feel any disgust hearing these words from Sunlight Emperor. After all, after Sunlight Emperor's cultivation reached great accomplishment, he had shocked the world and become the number one in the world. It was a pity that Zhou Xuanji was not Sunlight Emperor. The world was unpredictable. Who could put down everything and focus on cultivation? Today, I will definitely take away the 10,000-year prince, none of you can stop me. Xianyuan Zhou could not help but say. Sunlight Emperor ignoring him was the greatest condescension towards him. Sunlight Emperor still did not look at him and instead looked at Chen Bantian as he said, Are you willing? As long as you are willing, this emperor will take you back. No matter how many people come, they will not be able to stop us. Chen Bantian thought about it and asked, If I'm not willing, will you not force me? Sunlight Emperor gave a trace of a smile and did not say anything. Xianyuan Zhou could not take it anymore and stepped out, his aura exploding out. Heaven, please bestow me with divine power. Heaven, please bestow me with glory. Heaven, please bestow me with faith, he loudly cried out, and his voice sounded throughout Great Chen's royal capital, shaking people's hearts. 3 pillars of light broke through the sea of clouds and landed on his body. A terrifying might caused the palace to tremble. Chen Bantian looked at him in shock. What kind of power was this? Sunlight Emperor smirked but still did not say anything. He looked at Xianyuan Zhou, waiting for him to act. Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. Back when they had fought, Xianyuan Zhou had not used heaven's power right from the start. It could be seen how important Sunlight Emperor was in Xianyuan Zhou's heart. Xianyuan Zhou did not waste any words and directly rushed at Sunlight Emperor. There was a loud bang. The two of them collided, giving off a brilliant light that covered their bodies. Zhou Xuanji sensed danger and quickly flew away with Chen Bantian. The palace walls shattered, and a terrifying shockwave wreaked havoc within the palace, destroying everything. The Emperor of Great Chen, Chief Monk Xuanhe, and a group of Great Chen's experts all flew up into the sky, looking incredibly shocked. What a terrifying aura! 2 figures leapt up from the powerful light and rushed into the sky. They turned into two rays of rainbow light and madly clashed in the air. They were so fast that even great realization cultivators could not see them with their eyes. The powerful aura caused the royal capital to tremble, and the surrounding mountains also trembled, causing countless rocks to fall. Chief Monk Xuanhe suddenly saw Zhou Xuanji and Chen Bantian beside him, and he immediately became furious. "Amitba, Zhou Xuanji, what are you doing?" Chief Monk Xuanhe loudly cried out. After speaking, he flew towards Zhou Xuanji. A golden Buddha rose up from behind him, looking benevolent and holy. It quickly grew and became 3,000 meters tall in the blink of an eye, proudly standing above Great Chen's royal capital. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the entire city. What's going on? A powerful enemy is attacking Great Chen? Zhou Xuanji? The Sword Emperor is here? No, isn't the relationship between Great Chen and the Sword Emperor quite good? It's not just the Sword Emperor, the expert fighting above is most likely not a nameless person either. It's over. Should we run? The cultivators and commoners in the city began to discuss. Half of the royal palace had been flattened, and countless people had died. If the battle spread to the royal capital, it would be a disaster for Great Chen. Calm. Wonderful Book House, you're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.